Cek, cek.
Oh, suara ini. Suara yang ini. Suara yang putar ini masuk. Tadi lo caranya masuk suaranya.
Sudah kedengaran Pak Lut?
Di situ tuh kan nanti mau di apa? Bukan biasanya di sudut kan?
Duduk dulu, soalnya nanti kan ada nari.
Oh nanti baru taruh sudut. Oh gitu ya. Nggak maksudnya dia tahu nanti mengangkatnya itu siapa Riz ya? Ari sama apa sama si Indra tanggung jawab ngangkat. Nah itu gong dulu ke situ nanti habis nari kan. Baru nanti setelah itu gong turunkan. Kursi yang 2 itu naikkan ke atas untuk Pak Sawah sama Bu Widya. Itu kursi di bawah ini.
Gongnya apa? Pikirkan dulu bang.
Siapa?
Mohon izin Bapak Dekan, Bapak Ibu Wakil Dekan untuk naik ke atas panggung berfoto bersama. Mohon izin Pak Dekan.
Mana kaki bunyi nggak masuk?
Makasih aja. Thank you.
Penting wajahnya cerah itu. Jadi biasanya tuh ganti DP. Aku nyari apa? Ben. Kenapa? Kenapa tuh? Aku di hotel loh, Bang. Namanya sambil kegiatan kemana? Abang aja lewat tuh kalau nggak Bang. Oke, Bang.
Recording in progress.
Ingatkan kapan dia naik kan, kapan dia
Belum ada tuh. Oh, kamera tengah nanti kirim apa kan? Dari Zoom. Gimana caranya? Gimana caranya? Moderator.
kok duduk di situ lesehan.
Duet. Boleh yuk nyanyi kita yuk. Menghibur. Datang ajar dia katanya.
Tommy, kayaknya nanti lebih enak dari sana aja, lebih deket jalannya Tom. Karena kan naik panggung situ Tom. Ada. Hah? Gak ada ya? Atau duduk aja dulu di sana.
Ada tamu.
Ya nggak apa-apa sih. Jadi dari sini. Agak begini kan.
Dari belakangnya. Naik ke atas ya.
Aku males lah salam Pak Kajur. Enggak, Tommy yang buat.
Ya. Kamu pentingkan aja. Ini udah ada gelasnya.
Ini ke apanya ya? Ini aja nggak ada. Aku ngambil dari belakang.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to head over to the main room because in a few minutes the ceremony will proceed in no time. Cek. Cek.
Ada sarapan awak belum enggak? Kue yang di luar.
Pasang dulu daerahnya aja. Oh, oke.
Cek sana.
Satu lagi. Mana mic? Satu lagi mic. Tadi dua.
Satu di sana.
Cek.
Ini.
Cek sana. Cek. Sama sirdo, haroro aku sama sirdo. Iro salhu satongi ngotoku, saleng ngoluku, upujiho. Iro salhu satongi ngotoku, saleng ngoluku, upujiho. Disido pusoki, padege aku haunaki. Gok disi hasan ng eme ng bawang, darat do pinahan, di do sitano mombu di siure angku sari homa. Anggo bakeku di sitano mombu di siure angku sari homa. Masih ho-ho menang di ura dohot nama kota di Pulau Samosir roda foto. Menang di ura dohot nama kota di Pulau Samosir roda foto. Lau berhutasara jun supula lele ngamulan kau di perjalanan dan seorang nausa itu Pulau Samosir masih oleh walau marujung ma museng oluku sairoma anggo bakeku di sitano mombu di siure aku sari homa. Anggo bakeku di sitano mombu di siure aku sari homa. Pulau Samosir do haroro aku Samosir do iro sahu saitong ingotoku saleleng oluku puji ho iro sahu saitong ingotoku saleleng oluku puji ho di sido pusake padege aku haubaki kok disi hasan nang emenang bawang rarap do pinahan didoloki kok disi hasan nang emenang bawang rarap do pinahan didoloki. Lau peang berhutasara tun sepula perjalanan dan seorang nausa itu Pulau Samosir masih oleh walau marujung ma museng oluku saingat ma anggo bakeku di sitano mombu di siure aku sari homa. Anggo bakeku di sitano mombu di siure aku sari homa. Oh, Pulau Samosir. Oh, Pulau Samosir. Oh, Pulau Samosir. Oh, Pulau Samosir.
Terima kasih. Apa ya? Lagi pas ya.
Sia Sigarani api sarado Turap sidoli najogi hasiaan Tinodoni roha saguho Angkiat mania Holong ni rohami Holong ni roha salelena Hasia Saitu ho doro haki Sasana hodo hasian Naboy pasonang roha salelena Terapel bintang dari langit hasiaan Sigara di api sarado Turap sidoli najogi hasiaan Tinodoni roha saguho Angkiat mania Holong ni rohami Holong ni roha salelena Anggiat mania Holong ni rohami Holong ni roha salelena
Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu. Mohon perhatian kita Bapak dan Ibu fungsionaris yang boleh arahkan mahasiswa karena di Zoom sudah sampai 1.000 orang. Tolong diarahkan ke live streaming. Di grup sudah ada live streaming dibuat di kelompok-kelompok atau grup-grup WA mahasiswa. Kalau terlempar dari Zoom supaya masuk atau mengikuti lewat streaming aja. Terima kasih.
Foto aja nih. Foto. Udah aja. Kasih pulang. Kencang kali tap. Kontrol tap. Ayo.
doa kasih tononi iko sabar homana sore persori yang doa tak kesidang oloni saya ulama akan dengan saya pada mula tengah dope nama saya pikir ami asa sonang roham lau mangula sasudah kau laun sigala parihin mau sabar hojala bercukur dah mangula akan silulauni dan tagama sudah pun musa sudah akan apilan sitani rohani Hingga mana pengalaman ucap sana mana pikiranmu sehari beribu-ribuani Jala aku ni una mangijang roham una maya soham ida cuma nama samae Dosuna kona jala dosunan tuat na anggur permaluano Mulu sinuang Hasan dona tumbung Mulu sinuang gadong dona tumbung Mulu sinuang adigan say na dengan dona roh Mulu sinuang arwah say na roh dona roh Di bahari ulama akan dengan jala say rupiah kacau mana mawas nama lidohon ala jala kale Di bahari ulama akan dengan jala say rupiah kacau mana mawas nama lidohon ala jala kale Asare tasule lai doi halamon di Tuhani Sabar hojala bercukur homangala atas silani Dan tagama sudah pun musa sudah akan api nasitani rohani Dengan mana perngoluan berjalan seorang mana pikiranmu sehari beribuani Jala aku ni una mangijang roham Una maes roham mangido cuma nama usamale Dos duna kona jala dos na tuan na anggori perngoluan Mulu sinuan Hasan dona tumbung Mulu sinuang kadong dona tumbung Mulu sinuang adegan say na dengan dona roh Mulu sinuang arwah say na roh dona roh Di baheni ulama akan dengan jala say rupiah kacau mana mawas nama ledohon ala jana kale Di baheni ulama akan dengan jala say rupiah kacau mana mawas nama ledohon ala jana kale Asare tasule ai irori halomon di Tuhani Asare tasule ai irori halomon di Tuhani ai irori halomon di Tuhani Kalau dulu kita tak bertemu, takkan pernah ku rasakan jatuh cinta. Kalau dulu kita tak kenal, takkan pernah ku rasakan artinya rindu. Kau berikan aku cinta dan semua yang terindah, namun hanya sehari saja. Katakanlah, katakan sejujurnya, apa mungkin kita bersatu? Kalau tak mungkin lagi hujan bercerita tentang cinta, untuk apa kau dan aku bersatu? Kalau tak mungkin lagi kita bercerita tentang cinta, biarkanlah aku pergi jauh. Kalau dulu kita tak bertemu, takkan pernah ku rasakan artinya rindu. Kalau kita dulu tak kenal, takkan pernah ku rasakan jatuh cinta. Kau berikan aku cinta dan semua yang terindah, namun hanya sehari saja. Katakanlah, katakan sejujurnya, apa mungkin kita bersatu? Kalau tak mungkin lagi hujan menyejukkan hati kita, untuk apa kau dan aku bersatu? Kalau tak mungkin lagi kita bercerita tentang cinta, biarkanlah aku pergi jauh. Katakanlah, katakan sejujurnya, apa mungkin kita bersatu? Kalau tak mungkin lagi hujan bercerita hati kita, untuk apa kau dan aku bersatu? Kalau tak mungkin lagi kita bercerita tentang cinta, biarkanlah aku pergi jauh. Biarkanlah ku pergi Mama udah tengok, ingat aja 2 kali. Ya. In the morning, God of fails may come. When I was a little bitty baby, my mama rocked me in the cradle. In the morning, got her fence back home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, got her fence back home. When I was a little bitty baby, my mama rocked me in the cradle. In the morning, got her fence back home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, got her fence back home. Oh, them cotton balls get rotten. You can be very much a garden. In the morning, got her fence back home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, got her fence back home. When I was a little bitty baby, my mama rocked me in the cradle. In the morning, got her fence back home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, got her fence back home. Oh, and them kind of balls get breeding. You can be very magic garden. In the morning, got her fence back home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, got her fence back home. granted in the morning. Cannot first make home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, cannot first make home. Oh, when them cannonballs get breeded, you can breathe very magic garden. In the morning, cannot first make home. It was down in Louisiana, just about a mile from Texarkana. In the morning, the cannot first make home. In the morning, the cannot first make home. In the morning, the cannot first make home.
Itu nggak usah meninggalkan. Ya.
Siyan dia ba mulai aku lau mandok tuo holong ni roha rasma itu ras hasia Nungatung lele masih tadaan jangan ang dope lasi ingoton rodo ito masih holongan nang mari parang alengan sarang ngabe si hata holong aku doh salele kau mangolu nang rodi dina lau matepe holong aku doh salele kau mangolu nang rodi dina lau matepe ingat aku doh ingat aku doh ingat aku ingat aku ingat aku doh buano ku doh buano ku doh buano ku doh Tuntung lelek masih tataan Dangarong dope lau sing uton Rodolito saut hitam artungan
Cik, cik.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and welcome Rektor of Universitas Negeri Medan, Chairman of the Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan. Once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and welcome our Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Chairman of the Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan, the Secretary of the Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan, all Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Medan, Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Medan, and all the chairperson of institution of Universitas Negeri Medan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our talented dancers from Language and Arts faculty a warm round of applause. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We extend our warmest welcome to all of you to the opening ceremony of the 6th International Seminar on Language, Arts, Literature, and Education here at Emerald Garden Hotel Medan, being proudly organized by Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Medan, on November 6, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've already perceived that this prestigious event has been providing an international platform for 5 years, the seminar provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences dealing with language, art, literature. And today we proudly introduce the theme of this international seminar, Global Trends and Transformations, Language, Art, Education, and Entrepreneurship in Digital Era. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to inform you that among us here, we have the Excellency Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Barudin ST, MPD, the Excellency Chairman of the Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan, as well as today's seminar keynote speaker, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom, MPD, the Honorable, the Secretary of the Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan, Profesor Dr. Martina Restuati, MSI, the Honorable, all Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable, the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Bapak Dr. Zulkifli, MSN, the Honorable, distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Nur Fariza Muhammad Bahir from University Science, Malaysia, the Honorable distinguished keynote speakers who join us by using the Zoom, Professor Tony Dobinson from Curtin University, Australia, and Dr. Matthias Prikozovic from Universitas Paderborn, Germany. The Honorable, the Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable, the Deans, the Vice Deans, and the chairpersons of institution in Universitas Negeri Medan. The Honorable, the Vice Deans of Language and Arts Faculty, Bapak Dr. Wisman Hadi M. Hum, Ibu Dr. Masito Warni Siregar MED, and Ibu Dr. Surya M. Hutagalung MPD, as well as today's chairpersons of International Seminar Committee. And last but not least, to the honorable guests, presenters, moderators, and all participants who are participated offline and online in today's international seminar on language, arts, literature, and education 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the first agenda of this seminar, let us take a moment to honor our beloved country, Indonesia. At this time, I invite everyone to rise and join the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite everyone to invoke the Almighty for the success of today's international seminar. To Bapak Tommy Ardianto, SSMA, you may lead the doa recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we continue to the next activity, let us take a moment to pray. Let me lead this prayer in Islamic ways. For non-Muslim, please adjust to your respective religions. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal ham, kama yambahili wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. The name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. All praise is due to Allah, Lords of the world. We also convey our prayer and greeting to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, along with his family and friends. Ya Allah, Ya Malikul Quddus. On this day, with full of blessing and mercy, there are no words that should be said except infinite gratitude for your favors and gift, as well as offering the prayer of supplication to you. Ya Allah, the most gracious and merciful only for Allah. Today, we will conduct the Sikh International Seminar of Language, Art and Literature Education 2024 in Emerald Garden Hotel. Please give us instruction and guidance so that we can run this seminar as well. Please open our minds, open our intelligence and knowledge. May our effort be accepted as act of scientific charity and practical knowledge, bringing positive benefit and lasting wisdom. Ya Allah, Azza wa Jalla, you are the richest and the greatest. We humbly that the knowledge we possess is such a mad drop in the vast ocean of your greatness. We are in deep need of your wisdom and guidance to elevate our character. Dear Allah, please forgive our sins, our parents' sins, our teachers' sins, and all people around us. Please accept our prayers and hopes. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal anbiya wal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Tommy Ardianto, SSMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to listen to the opening remarks from the chairperson of today's international seminar. To Ibu Dr. Surya M. Hutagalung MPD, we invite you to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, all of you. The Honorable Bapak Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Baharudin ST MPD, the Honorable Bapak, the Chairman of Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD, all Vice Rectors, Deans, and Director of Postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Medan, the Head of Research and Community Service Institution of Universitas Negeri Medan, the Head of Quality Assurance Institution of Universitas Negeri Medan, and our respectful keynote speakers, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom and Ibu Dr. Norfariza Muhammad Bakir from University Science of Malaysia. Welcome, Ibu Dr. Norfariza, and Professor Dr. Tony Dabinson from Katin University, Dr. Matthias Frikostovits from Uni Paderborn, Germany, all lecturer, researcher, teacher, students, and all participants. Welcome to the 6th International Seminar of Language, Arts, and Literature Education. In this year, Islale will present from 68 speakers and 120 offline participants, and there are almost 1,000 online participants consisting of lecturer, teacher, and students of Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni Universitas Negeri Medan. Thank you for you all, and ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that our collaborative discussion will result in a good construction for global trends. It is hoped that the discussion we are having today will bring a new knowledge and insight to realize the transform from language, art, education to entrepreneurship in digital era within the Faculty of Language and Arts Universitas Negeri Medan. In this moment, I would like to say thank you for Bapak Rektor and Bapak Ketua Senat, Bapak dan Ibu Wakil Rektor, and all speakers and all participants for supporting in this seminar. Please forgive us as the committee if there is inconvenience during this seminar. I hope everyone here enjoy this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Surya M. Huta Galung, MPD. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants, to officially open our program, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage the respected Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Baharudin ST MPD, to deliver his welcoming speech and open this international seminar officially.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable all keynote speaker, Profesor Dr. Saul Bruton, MPD, Chairman of the Senat of Universitas Negeri Medan, Ibu Sekretaris Senat, Ibu Profesor Dr. Martina Restati MSc, Profesor Tony Davison dari Australia, Dr. Matias Pikasopik, Jerman, Dr. Nurfasisa Muhammad Bahir, all Vice Rector and Dean of Universitas Negeri Medan, Director Postgraduate School of Unimed, the Head of the Research and Community Service Institution Unimed, the Head of the Institute for Educational Quality Development and Assurance Unimed, all lecturers, resident, student, and participant. Welcome to SIG International Seminar of Language, Arts, and Literature Educational. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pertama-tama, mari kita mengucapkan puji dan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, atas izinnya pada hari ini kita dapat berkumpul untuk mengikuti seminar internasional yang dilaksanakan oleh Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni. Melalui sambutan ini, saya ingin menyampaikan apresiasi yang tinggi kepada Dekan Fbs Unimed dan seluruh panitia karena telah merancang seminar internasional yang sangat baik ini. Tentunya Dekan bersama para panitia telah merancang kegiatan ini dengan maksimal dan lebih inovatif dibandingkan kegiatan tahun-tahun sebelumnya, karena hampir setiap tahun seminar internasional tetap dilaksanakan. Tema yang diangkat pada seminar ini sangat relevan dalam era yang kita hadapi saat ini, perkembangan teknologi digital yang telah membawa perubahan yang signifikan dalam berbagai aspek kehidupan kita, tidak terkecuali dalam bidang bahasa, seni, dan pendidikan. Transformasi ini membuka peluang besar untuk menciptakan inovasi yang dapat menghubungkan keilmuan dan kreativitas dengan aspek kewirausahaan. Sebagai akademisi, pendidik, dan pelaku industri, kita memiliki peran strategis untuk menjadi penggerak dalam menghadapi dan memanfaatkan tren global ini dengan menciptakan generasi yang tidak hanya cerdas tetapi kreatif, tetapi juga memiliki jiwa kewirausahaan yang adaptif terhadap perubahan yang ada. Kepada seluruh peserta, saya mengajak kita semua untuk memanfaatkan kesempatan ini sebaik-baiknya. Semoga diskusi yang terjadi selama seminar ini dapat membuka wawasan baru dan memberikan inspirasi untuk mengembangkan riset ilmu yang bermanfaat bagi dunia pendidikan dan masyarakat. Saya mewakili pimpinan menyampaikan aspirasi menyampaikan terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya kepada seluruh panitia yang telah bekerja keras untuk mewujudkan acara ini. Terima kasih juga kepada seluruh narasumber dan peserta yang berpartisipasi dalam berbagai ilmu serta pengalaman berharga seminar internasional ini supaya membuat rekomendasi untuk bisa kita lanjutkan ke masa-masa depan. Akhirnya dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the Sixth International Seminar of Language and Arts of Letters Education di Fakultas Bahasa saya buka secara resmi.
I invite Bapak Rektor to hit the gong. Bapak, as a symbol of this event was officially open, and I also invite Bapak Ketua Senat, Ibu Sekretaris, and also the Vice Rectors and the Dean of Faculty and Arts to accompany Bapak Rektor to hit the gong. Thank you, Bapak Rektor, for opening this international seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now this seminar is officially open. Bapak Rektor, Bapak Ketua Senat, Ibu Sekretaris, and all the Vice Rectors, please remain on the stage because the next agenda is a souvenir award. Well, for this occasion, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultam MPD from Universitas Negeri Medan is our keynote speaker, and I also would like to invite Dr. Nurfariza Muhammad Bahir from University Science Malaysia as our keynote speaker to come up to the stage for souvenir award session. Yeah, I would like to invite Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Barudi Desti MPD to deliver ulos and souvenir to our beloved keynote speakers. Well, I also would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Language and Arts. Yeah. Okay, Bapak Rektor, to our next keynote speaker, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultam MPD. Give warm round, big applause to all of our keynote speakers. Wait a second, Bapak Ibu. Next, I also would like to invite Bapak Dekan of Fbs, to give Bapak Rektor of Universitas Negeri Medan a souvenir. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Well, before continue with the next agenda, we would like to take a moment to capture this special occasion with a group photo. Bapak Ibu, please come down from the stage. Yeah. Yeah, at this time, let's commemorate this event with a photo together. I'm sorry, Bapak. We would like you to have a photo. Yeah, we still would like to have a photo with all the participants. Yeah. Okay, would you please turn around to have a photo with the participant? All of the participants, please rise to have a photo with our keynote speakers and our rector. Thank you very much. Let's give us a round big applause. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Well, and of course, to the honorable distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Tony Dobinson from Curtin University, Australia, and Dr. Matthias Prigozwitz from University of Paderborn, Germany, and all the virtual participants, we would like you to be ready on your camera as well as our participant here. Yeah, because we also would like to take a photo from the Zoom. The IT members, please. Okay, thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We have already completed the opening ceremony of this international seminar. Now, this is the high time for us to listen to our keynote speaker. Without further ado, now please help me welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom, MPD. And for this occasion, I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Widya Andayani M. Home to moderate this session. Well, Ibu Widya, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, good morning everybody. The Honorable Director of Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Burhanuddin ST MPD, and then Baharudin ST MPD, and then the Chairman of Senate, Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom, and then also our keynote speaker this morning. And the Secretary of Senate, welcome Ibu. All the Vice Rectors, Bapak, Ibu, and all the Deans of the faculties in Universitas Negeri Medan, and the head of institutions in Universitas Negeri Medan. All the respective participants in the 6th International Seminar of Language, Art, and Literature and Education. Welcome to our seminar. Well, it is an honor, Prof, for me to lead these first sessions with you, Professor Syawal Gultom MPD. Obviously, we all have known about you. Kami sudah mengenal pasti sangat dekat dengan Professor Syawal Gultom. And well, I have counted your career in Unimed. It's been almost 4 decades. Hampir 40 tahun Profesor Syawal Gultom mengabdi di Unimed. Well, it is a big achievement for the career. Well, Professor Syawal Gultom, he also concerns about the educations in curriculum, the inventor of KKNI 2013. Tapi tahun ini sudah diganti ya Prof, dengan OBE. Ya. And then, well, the highest achievement of Professor Syawal Gultom, he is chosen as the head of Human Resource Development in Education and Culture Ministry in 2011. Terpilih di bagian Menteri Kependidikan tahun 2011. And in 2023, he was awarded as the educational public figure for his dedications in the development of education in Indonesia. Well, without any further, please welcome Professor Sawal Gultom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, yang amat terpelajar, Ibu Dr. Nur Farijah Muhammad Bakir. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Tony Dobinson, Curtin University, Dr. Matthias Pikos Jovits from Germany, His Excellencies, our Rector, Professor Baharudin, all Vice Rector, all Dean, Head of Institution, and all participants, the 6th International Seminar of Language, Art, and Literature Education. Saya ingin declare dulu di awal, kenapa saya memberi perspektif pada seminar semua fakultas. Saya sebenarnya tidak ingin, tetapi Pak Dekan bilang, ya Pak Ketua Senat harus memberi perspektif pendidikannya saja. Oke, tidak apa-apa. Jadi Bu Dr. Nur Farijah, saya hanya ingin meng-highlight, memberi perspektif pendidikan pada semua seminar Universitas Negeri Medan, sebab Unimed ini dikenal sebagai institusi pendidikan yang menghasilkan guru. Di samping itu juga Unimed juga adalah universitas yang secara umum menghasilkan teknologi, bahasa, dan lain-lain. Oke, saya ingin, sini mari. Saya bicara soal transformative education sebetulnya. Jadi gini, saya lebih senang kalau kita mengenali permasalahannya itu selalu dari kualitas SDM. Saya bicara kenapa kualitas SDM? Karena itu masalah yang paling sentral sekarang di Indonesia. Jadi mestinya seluruh perspektif pendidikan itu bicaranya dari kualitas SDM. Tetapi kita lupa bahwa kualitas SDM itu mestinya kita bicarakan secara komprehensif. ASK, attitude, skill, and knowledge. Jadi kita terlalu asik memang pendidikan kita, sepanjang pendidikan kita sejak merdeka sampai hari ini, kita sudah terlalu asik dengan knowledge and skill. Kenapa? Karena yang paling mudah membentuk knowledge, paling mudah membentuk skill. Membentuk sikap atau attitude, integritas itu memang memerlukan waktu yang panjang. Dan bagi guru itu tidak populer, bagi dosen itu tidak populer. Kenapa tidak populer bagi guru? Tidak mudah untuk mengukurnya, tidak mudah juga untuk membudayakannya. Sebab yang namanya integritas, sikap itu memang tidak bisa diajarkan. Gurunya harus menjadi the role model. Pemimpin-pemimpin negeri inilah yang menjadi role model. Sikap, integritas tidak bisa diajarkan. Karakter nggak bisa diajarkan. Dia hanya bisa dicontohkan, diteladankan, dibudayakan. Begitu tiba pada mencontohkan itulah kita kehilangan figur, kehilangan tokoh. Itu sebabnya kita di sini bermasalah. Saya juga bicara, kalau kita bicara kualitas SDM Indonesia, kita harus bicara soal spiritual, kognitif, afektif, dan psikomotorik. Mestinya begitu. Jadi kita tidak bisa terlepas dari hal-hal yang spiritual. Atau orang Indonesia bicara soalnya kualitas manusia bicara hati, akal, dan fisik. Jadi harusnya begitu bicaranya. Atau misalnya kita bicara kualitas Indonesia ini individual dan komunal dan institusional dan nasional. Banyak orang pintar di Indonesia tapi tidak bisa bekerja sama. Kolaborasinya rendah gitu. Nah ketika kita bicara kualitas SDM, mestinya kita bicaranya seperti itu gitu. Artinya apa? Begitu saya mulai dari sini, asal mula persoalan pendidikan kita itu ada di situ dia. Nah sekarang mau dipakai bahasa dan seni sebagai tools. Jadi pendidikan bahasa dan seni di EBS itu bukan tujuan. Dia hanya alat saja. Kita seolah-olah menggunakan pendidikan menjadi tujuan. Belajar bahasa menjadi tujuan. Belajar teknologi menjadi tujuan. Padahal sekedar alat saja. Nah kalau dia tujuan, coba bedakan antara tujuan dengan alat. Begitu alat diperlakukan sebagai tujuan, maka kita pasti tersesat. Masalah kita selalu seperti itu. Kalau saya bilang saya mau ke Emerald Garden, ya kan? Itu tujuan saya di sini, betul. Cara atau alat yang saya gunakan kendaraan. Jadi naik kendaraan itu bukan tujuan saya gitu loh. Begitu alat menjadi tujuan, pasti pendidikan ini tersesat. Jadi sebagai orang yang diamanahi pendidikan itu, mestinya kita betul-betul bisa memahami bahwa bahasa dan seni ini akan dipakai sebagai alat. Tapi masalahnya penguasaan kita tentang itu rendah. Masalahnya bahasa dan seni nggak bisa kita eksplorasi menjadi kewirausahaan. Tidak bisa menjadi inspirasi. Bahasa dan seni itu belum optimal dieksplorasi sebagai basis entrepreneur. Sebagai basis kewirausahaan. Sebagai basis industri pariwisata. Sebagai basis industri-industri yang lain. Masalahnya kita ya di situ gitu. Oleh karena itu, akibatnya apa? Yang terjadi adalah 4 musuh abadi Indonesia itu sampai sekarang masih abadi. Pertama soal kebodohan. Berapa sih kaum terdidiknya Indonesia? Terendah itu di ASEAN, jumlahnya saja. Berapa sih APK Indonesia? Kalau dibanding dengan Malaysia yang di atas 60 itu, Korea yang 98 itu, Thailand yang sudah sampai 50 itu, Indonesia APK perguruan tingginya itu hanya 30%. Itu pun masih ada yang palsu dari APK-nya itu. Ijazahnya asli, tapi kompetensinya palsu. Jadi jangan heran kalau APK kita di SMP, SMA itu tinggi 90%, tapi apa yang terjadi? Hampir untuk semua jenjang, jenis, dan jalur pendidikan, lulusannya itu tidak mencapai kompetensi minimal. Sebanyak berapa? 90%. Coba bayangkan. 90% lulusan kita itu tidak mencapai kompetensi minimal. Itu menyedihkan bagi kita ini. Nih orang-orang yang nggak mengerti pendidikan itu memang tidak apa-apa, nggak ada getaran apa-apa itu. Karena dilihatnya Indonesia punya mobil, ya kan? Ada industri, nggak ada getaran apa-apa. Tapi bagi kita yang sebagai pendidik ini, suasana seperti itu amat menyedihkan. Kenapa? Karena kita tahu kalau cuma 80 ke 90% yang mencapai standar minimal, Indonesia 2045 itu it means gak ada. Jangan cerita itu kita. Karena kondisi kita sebenarnya tidak nyambung dengan suasana Indonesia 2045 itu, gak kompatibel. Karena itu di semua fakultas, semua seminar yang saya sampaikan nanti di penghujung slide ini saya sampaikan bagaimana pendidikan akan digunakan untuk menjembatani seluruh persoalan negeri ini. Oke, kita potong ya. 4 musuh abadi kita, kebodohan, kemiskinan, keterbelakangan peradaban, itu sampai sekarang masih eksis. Masih eksis. Ketidakadilan. Hanya itu musuh Indonesia yang abadi. Ketidakadilan, kemiskinan, keterbelakangan, dan ketertinggalan peradaban. Itulah musuh abadi kita sampai sekarang. Mau saya ceritakan berapa kemiskinan? 25 juta miskin. Nggak ketemu persentase sebesar itu di negara-negara ASEAN lagi, kecuali kita. Karena itulah saya selalu memberi perspektif pendidikan. Kalau dalam kacamata saya, di mana salahnya? Karena pendidikan kita belum berhasil. Kalau nggak mau dibilang gagal, nggak berhasil kita mencetak kaum terdidik. Yang saya maksud kaum terdidik itu ini dia, ASK, spiritual, akal, fisik, budi. Kita ngomongnya pendidikan seperti itu gitu loh. Nah karena itu kemiskinan lihat, kemiskinan absolut, kemiskinan relatif, kemiskinan kultural, kemiskinan struktural. Kita atas dasar itu seminar hari ini kita mau reimagine tentang pendidikan. New paradigm tentang language and art education. Paradigma baru dari pendidikan seni dan bahasa. Kita mau bicara seperti itu. Nah sekarang kalau saya senang menghubungkan antara pendidikan bahasa, seni, dan kebudayaan. Di sini ada proses apa yang disebut dengan pengalaman empirik kita. Ada proses abstraksi, ada proses eksistensi dari ilmu bahasa dan seni dalam kehidupan kita sebetulnya. Jadi kalau kita mau menginteraksikan 3 ini sampai pada apa yang kita sebut dengan peradaban, perjalanan bahasa itu sangat menentukan. Bukankah kita bersepakat bahwa bahasa menjadi penghela ilmu pengetahuan, bahwa bahasa menjadi penghela demokrasi, bahwa bahasa dan seni akan penghela politik di negeri ini dan teknologi. Bahkan bahasa dan seni akan penghela kemampuan beragama di Indonesia. Bukankah kita sepakat seperti itu? Kalau sepakat seperti itu, mari kita tempatkan pendidikan bahasa dan seni seperti ini. Nah, yang berikut lihat, saya sekarang akhirnya membicarakan atau menyampaikan jawab seluruh persoalan itu adalah transformative education. Saya nggak bisa bicara lagi link and match di ruangan ini. Karena percepatan perubahan sangat cepat. Tapi kalau transformasi bisa. Saya bisa bertransformasi by detik, by menit, by jam, by day by day. Bisa saya bertransformasi. Nah, transformasi itulah yang akan memberikan transformative competencies. Di mana-mana saya sampaikan bahwa transformative competencies itu nomor satu adalah bagaimana kita mengubah, mentransformasikan diri menjadi lifelong learner. Itu nomor satu. Jadi menjadi lifelong learner. Saya pernah kuliah di UUM itu, mereka mengatakan bahwa Malaysia itu bisa diklaim internasional bukan karena bahasa dan teknologi, tapi karena motivasi belajar. Jadi a lifelong learner. Jadi bagaimana menjadi seorang pembelajar yang tangguh, itu persyaratan majunya satu negara. Persyaratan transformasi itu cetaklah para pembelajar di negara tersebut. Jadi cara mencetak lifelong learner itulah yang mau kita temukan sebagai paradigma barunya. Satu. Yang kedua, begitu saya bicara transformative education atau transformative competencies, saya sedang bicara dengan karakteristik orang Indonesia yang bicara tentang new value. Jadi creating new value. Itu tiap hari begitu cara berpikirnya. Bagaimana meng-create nilai baru. Dalam saya sebagai dosen, sebagai pekerja biasa, apapun profesi yang saya tekuni, saya bicaranya selalu creating new value. Nilai baru apa yang bisa saya ciptakan? Masa cara saya seperti ini terus-terusan? Satu. Yang kedua, apa yang disebut orang reconciling tensions and dilemma. Bahwa saya tetap menghadapi tensi dan dilema setiap hari. Sehebat apa saya untuk reconciling itu? Itulah sejatinya orang yang disebut dengan transformatif itu. So yang terakhir itu adalah taking responsibility. Siapapun yang bisa bertransformasi berani mengambil tanggung jawab. Karena itu saya mengajukan bahwa apa yang kita sebut dengan new paradigm tentang language and art education itu bicara soal transformative education. Yang terakhir, Bu Ketua Panitia, Pak Dekan, yang terakhir begini. Saya akan selalu menyampaikan bahwa education, science and technology and inovasi itu as a bridging factor for all dimension. Jadi kita selama ini tidak menempatkan pendidikan menjadi faktor yang sangat menentukan ekonomi, politik, budaya, dan sosial. Dari mana saya tahu? Lihat, pertanyaan begini. Pendidikan ini hanya bisa sukses kalau terselenggara di semua lini, di keluarga, di lembaga pendidikan. Bukan lembaga pendidikan paling penting. Lembaga-lembaga negeri ini, lembaga-lembaga pemerintah, kementerian-kementerian itu masih terselenggara nggak pendidikan di sana? Itu pertanyaannya. Kepolisian Republik Indonesia, Kejaksaan Agung, Kementerian Ekonomi, kalau di sana terselenggara pilar-pilar pendidikan, tidak ada di sana pelanggaran-pelanggaran yang kita amati sekarang. Mestinya, kalau itu disebut kasus, coba kita renungkan sekarang. Coba renungkan negeri ini sekarang. Mulai dari mana kita merenungkannya? Yang ada itu judikatif, eksekutif, legislatif. Oke. DPR, legislatif, judikatif, eksekutif. Pemerintah mulai dari presiden sampai masih terselenggara nggak pendidikan di lembaga-lembaga beliau-beliau itu. Satu, ya kan DPR. Dua, partai. Masih terselenggara nggak pendidikan di partai itu? 3, LSM. Masih terselenggara nggak pendidikan di LSM itu? Hidup nggak pilar-pilar pendidikan di sana? Pertanyaan-pertanyaan itu yang pantas kita ajukan supaya betul education as a bridging for all dimension di dalam politik berdemokrasi. Kenapa kualitas berdemokrasi kita rendah? Katakan saja nggak hidup di sana pilar pendidikan, nggak hidup. Jadi nggak bisa Indonesia ini kita set up di kampus. Terus di perguruan tinggi dibilang bahwa kalian itu harus bisa menciptakan penelitian TKT 9. Coba. TKT 9. Ini artinya bahwa industri dan perguruan tinggi itu nggak ada hubungannya kalau perguruan tinggi bikin TKT 9. Lawang di negara maju. Di Jerman saja nggak ada perguruan tinggi yang bikin TKT 9. MIT yang perguruan tinggi sehebat itu nggak ada dibuatnya TKT 9. TKT 9 itu produk masif digunakan masyarakat, diproduk oleh perguruan tinggi. Bagaimana caranya? Risetnya Profesor Imran itu TKT 9 nggak masuk akal. Di Jerman itu ini perguruan tinggi, ini industri, di sini ada interface-nya lagi. Bukan langsung TKT 9, masih pakai interface untuk menerjemahkan riset perguruan tinggi itu menjadi produk yang massal oleh industri. Nah, artinya apa? Pilar-pilar pendidikan yang kita maksud itu, jangankan di lembaga-lembaga yang kita sebut eksekutif, judikatif, legislatif itu, di perguruan tinggi pun kadang-kadang nggak hidup kok. Nggak hidup kok pilar-pilar itu. Nah, kalau kita bicara pendidikannya ke depan, kita bicara bahwa dia menjadi yang menjembatani semuanya adalah pendidikan itu untuk semuanya. Tetapi saya menempatkan language and art. Kita bersepakat tadi bahwa language akan menghela seluruh teknologi, menghela seluruh kehidupan kita, menghela politik, menghela demokrasi. Itulah language. Apalagi dimasukkan art. Kenapa misalnya yang paling diminati mobil sport produknya Itali? Karena ada sentuhan seninya. Karena pakai sentuhan seninya. Dilihat saja sudah cantik, dilihat, baru dilihat mata. Begitu kalau ada sentuhan seni. Jadi bukan bicara hanya teknologi. Dan mereka punya kapasitas dan kemampuan untuk menjual dengan ramuan bahasa yang hebat. Jadi dia bisa menghela teknologi. Makanya language and art itu saya tempatkan di sini. Tapi saya bicara mulai dari ujung sini. Nanti ujung-ujungnya saya bicara soal paradigma terbaru dari pendidikan seni. Nah, kira-kira itu highlight dan pengantar dari saya. Saya tidak menghubungkannya dengan apa? Dengan kualitas SDM 2045. Saya juga tidak mau menghubungkannya dengan sustainability development untuk Indonesia. Jadi, pendidikan kita setting ulang. Mudah-mudahan di pemerintahan yang baru ini, ya kan? Terus terang saya bilang kemarin begitu Pak Satrio dipanggil, belum dilantik, saya udah bilang pasti mendikti beliau ini. Begitu beliau dipanggil itu saya WA. Selamat ya Prof. Terima kasih banyak. Begitu dilantik kemarin saya minta jumpa. Saya bilang sama Pak Rektor kita harus jumpa beliau. Kenapa saya semangat? Karena saya yakin bahwa beliau akan mengembalikan semangat PTNBH itu ke hitohnya, ke jalur yang benarnya. Semangat PTNBH itu bukan di finansialnya, tetapi pada kualitinya. Tetapi pada kemandirian perguruan tinggi untuk merancang. Sekalipun kegiatan itu harus multi years, harus dibiayai. Apa yang terjadi belakangan ini tentang PTNBH? Semangatnya finansial. Makanya ada perguruan tinggi sampai menerima mahasiswa baru 22.000. Makanya ada perguruan tinggi jualan pakai galon. Buka galon. Ada perguruan tinggi buka mall. Hanya untuk mencari uang. Jadi semangatnya kok mencari duit. Padahal kita punya undang-undang Sisdiknas. Jangan pakai rezim undang-undang keuangan dong. Kita pakai rezimnya undang-undang Sisdiknas mestinya. Artinya apa? Saya semangat menghubungkan kita kelak pada sustainability development, pada human capital, human resource Indonesia 2045. Dari mana? Dari new paradigm language and art education. Jadi kita mau coba bagaimana sentuhan itu akan ini bergeserlah. Karena kita sudah terlalu asik menggunakan bahasa menjadi tujuan. Pendidikan bahasa menjadi tujuan. Padahal itu hanya alat untuk hidup lebih baik. Jadi ke depan ini kita dengan paradigma seperti itulah yang mau kita andalkan. Itulah pengantar dari saya. Sekali lagi saya memberi highlight pada seminar-seminarnya Pak Bahasa ini hanya dari kacamata pendidikan. Karena itu tidak ada tanya jawab. Kurang lebih mohon maaf, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Okay, terima kasih Prof. It is a very, it's great for us to hear your highlight, ya. Prof, one more thing, because there is no question and answer. I would like to see your point of view. Saya ingin melihat pandangan Prof untuk Indonesia Emas 2045 dengan menteri yang baru dan wamen-wamennya yang sangat dengan sumber daya manusia yang sangat tinggi. Bagaimanakah Profesor memandang pendidikan kita ke depan? Optimis atau pesimis, Prof?
Ya, ini pertanyaan politik, tapi akan saya jawab dengan akademik. Saya nggak mau jawab dari politik. Sudah saya gambarkan tadi, saya punya keyakinan dan optimis tentang pendidikan di era yang sekarang. Nah, kenapa saya harus argumentasi itu? Saya terlibat di perancangan pendidikan yang ditugasi oleh BRIN. Dan itu atas permintaannya beliau, permintaannya Pak Presiden. Jadi saya yakin bahwa akan ada eksekusi yang lebih baik tentang konsep-konsep pendidikan. Dalam kapasitas apa? Tadi saya bicara pendidikan itu filosofi, ya kan gitu tadi ya. Filosofi, hakikat, teori, dan pendekatan. 4 itu saya saya yakin akan bisa kita eksekusi lebih baik. Jadi saya optimis. Walaupun sampai hari ini saya wait and see, pengen dengar apa sih konsep terbaru tentang pendidikan kita. Kalau saya kembali ke hal-hal yang lebih substansial, bahwa pendidikan itu bicaralah tentang kualitas manusia, kualitas SDM, bukan kualitas sistem. Kita itu terjebak bertahun-tahun terjebak di sistem. Harusnya menukik pada manusianya, menukik pada mahasiswa, pada siswa, pada dosen, pada gurunya, menukik di situ dia. Jadi jangan lagi sistem-sistem lagi, tapi pada orangnya. Karena sekarang kita clear saya mengatakan bahwa kita ini jauh tertinggal. Harus kita sadari itu. Kata Wardiman Joyonegoro dulu, andai kata Malaysia itu berhenti selama 15 tahun, tak usah ngerjakan apa-apa, itu baru bisa kita kejar. Jadi kita harus bisa mengintrospeksi diri. Karena itu keyakinan saya mengatakan bahwa rezim ini saya optimis bisa mengeksekusi hal-hal yang lebih baik di masa depan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof. Ya, terima kasih atas presentasinya pagi ini sudah membuka dengan sangat panas pagi ini. Ya, terima kasih kami ucapkan. Saya kembalikan kepada Ibu MC. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Widya, for expertly guiding us through this session. And I also would like to say thank you to Professor Gultom for your insight and thoughtful. And we are grateful for your time, Prof. And let's give Professor Gultom and also our moderator round big applause. Well, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to listen to our next keynote speaker virtually. Without further ado, now please help me welcome Professor Tony Dobinson from Curtin University, Australia. For this occasion, I would like to invite Bapak Mahmud Layan Utasuhud, PhD, to moderate the session. Well, Bapak Utasuhud, time is yours.
Oke. Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Again, I would like to welcome everyone here, participants to this conference. Selamat pagi, everybody. Hello. My name is Mahmud Layan Utasuhud, and I will be serving as your moderator today. This session, we'll be hearing a presentation from Professor Tony Dobinson on this very timely subject. But before we get started, allow me to take a few minutes of your time to briefly introduce our first invited speaker. Ms. Tony Dobinson is a professor in the School of Education of Faculty of Humanities at Curtin University, Australia. She is the coordinator of the postgraduate programs in Applied Linguistics, including the MA Applied Linguistics, the MTSOL, and the Graduate Certificate in TESOL. Ms. Dobinson is also the discipline lead for Applied Linguistics, TESOL, and Languages. She has received a number of prestigious awards, such as the Curtin Hero for continued support and commitment to the Deputy Vice Chancellor in 2021, while also in the same year was awarded the Australian Award for University Teaching, Citation for Outstanding Contribution to Student Learning Award, Culturally and Linguistically Inclusive Teaching. Professor Dobinson has many years of teaching and research experiences overseas, particularly in Vietnam, Egypt, and the Sultanate of Oman. In Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, for example, she has coordinated and taught the MA Applied Linguistics for over 20 years. That's a long time, Professor. Her research, aside from teaching, Professor Dobinson also supervises higher degree by research. Her research interests range from English as an additional language, dialect students in mainstream subject classes, and linguistic, visibility, invisibility, privileging and racism to culturally and linguistically sustaining pedagogies. Such interests have taken her to publish in the areas of language education, classroom research, translanguaging, and linguistic racism. The title of her PhD was Investigating the Teaching and Learning Experiences of Asian Postgraduate Students and Their Lecturers in Australia and Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give our warmest welcome to our distinguished speaker, Professor Tony Dobinson. Professor Dobinson, the floor virtually is yours.
I'm sorry, Bapak Mahmud.
Yeah.
Our rector and also our Ketua Senat want to leave this room.
Okay.
And yeah, we really say thank you. We would like to say thank you to all of you. Bapak Rektor, Bapak Ketua Senat, Ibu Sekretaris, Bapak Wakil Rektor for joining us in this in this seminar. Yeah, give round big applause to all of us. Well, I'll give it back to you, Pak Mahmud.
I'm sorry, Professor. Our rector is leaving the conference room.
Yes. Actually, I have a problem with my computer. It seems to be not charging, so I just need to move where I am. So
Okay.
certainly I'll just move my...
Okay, so yeah, the time is all yours, Professor. How should we call you, Professor or?
You can just call me Tony.
Okay, Tony. All right then.
I'm just moving because for some reason I've had a problem all morning and this is not charging.
What time is it in Australia now?
Yes, I'm in Australia. So I'm going to have to move somewhere where I can know that I can do this. So I don't know what the problem is.
It's okay, take your time.
Yeah, I will. I'll just be 2 seconds. Only got 20%.
Is all good?
I hope so. It's showing only 19% charge. That's what I'm worried about. Okay, let's hope so. Okay. Yeah, it's charging now. I think I have a problem with my PowerPoint. Actually, the plug-in PowerPoint. So, okay. Now, because I'm in a different spot, I'm not quite sure how to upload my PowerPoint because I had another screen before, but I've only got one screen now. I did send one through. I don't know if you can put that up for me or try because I haven't got capacity to share. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can. Just let me try. I'll try. Is that working?
We haven't seen your slides yet.
Okay.
Are you sharing your slides now?
I pressed share screen and I clicked on the screen.
We haven't seen your screen.
Okay. Let me just try again. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Is it working now?
No. Oh, yep. It's working now.
Okay,
Yeah, we can see your screen now.
great. Okay, and I think my computer's still charging. Let me just have a look. Yeah, that's a relief. Otherwise, you would have lost me halfway through. Okay, sorry about that, folks. These things always happen. And it's funny that at this particular talk, we're talking about education and technology and digital learning. So it's quite, I think, pertinent that this is what happens, that you can have the best plans for using technology, but they don't always come off. So if I go on to full screen, is that going to affect you? Is that still okay?
Yeah.
Still okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get going then. So I've lost a few minutes here, so I'll probably try and catch up with a bit of time. So as you can see, my topic here is about to do with digital language education. And in particular, I'm going to look at two different things. One is sort of using digital language education in classrooms, if you like. And the other is moving more into the whole thing about artificial intelligence and, you know, the sorts of things that can happen with that. So basically my title then, as is what I'm going to be talking about, I'm looking at, does digital education, or, you know, embracing technology, does that dehumanize our sort of learning environments, or can it actually work as a rehumanizer? That's one question I want to just tease out. And then the other question is, in terms of artificial intelligence in particular, things such as ChatGPT-4, etc., are those tools, those AI tools, do they actually serve to help decolonize language education? Or in fact, are they recolonizing language education without us even realizing it? So that's the sort of things I'll tease out. And of course, there are no hard and fast answers. These are just things for you to think about, and hopefully we can have a bit of a discussion about this. Okay, so just before I start though, I do need to acknowledge the land where I live, which is in Perth, Western Australia. And I need to acknowledge the original inhabitants of this land, who are the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. And I live on their budja, and I acknowledge that I'm extremely privileged to be allowed to teach and research on their land, because their land was never ceded. Okay, so dehumanizing. How is digital learning dehumanizing? Well, it has been imagined in the past. I mean, we're going back a few years now, but it has been imagined in the past as, if you look at the square below there, lacking a certain social climate. So this term was coined by Anderson in 1968. And the social climate basically means a sort of distinct personality that any classroom or group of people in the classroom has. It has each, you must know, each time you get a class, you come away and you go, oh, that's a nice class. Or yeah, I bonded with that class. Or, oh no, actually, you know, that class was not so good. We didn't seem to get on that well. So each class has a distinct personality. And this is based on your interpersonal relationships within that room, between teachers and students, students and students. And generally, usually a nice social climate means that you've got a certain cohesiveness, and definitely you've got intimacy. And when I say intimacy, I mean educational intimacy in that setting. And that brings us to Uttam Chandani's sort of definition then, which is similar to social climate. But social climate, the term was coined more to do with face-to-face learning. And so we've sort of lifted that out into a digital setting. Educational intimacy, similarly, Uttam Chandani talks about this basically with face-to-face classrooms. And what he means by this is learning through mutual well-being, closeness, what he calls slowability, which is an unusual word, which basically just means you can take your time, you can meander in your classes, you're not on a sort of fast track with all these learning outcomes you have to achieve. You know, you're not going to be just pounding towards a test at the end of it. You can go slowly, you can explore, you can critique, you can take your time, you can be unpredictable. So you can suddenly take another turn during the lesson. You don't have to stick rigidly to your lesson plan. There can be vulnerability within the class. So students can express themselves, personalize. They can be in a vulnerable space, which would sound like it wouldn't be a good thing, but in fact it is, because we know we all learn when we're vulnerable. We sort of open up, we ask for advice, we ask for help, and we have a need to know. So being vulnerable can enhance learning. And we also have empathy. So empathy with, you know, each other, empathy from the teacher to the students, and most importantly, empathy from the students to the teacher. So one thing that has come up before then is these things called academic quality indicators that we have in Australia, terms coined by Coates. And we very much in that space, particularly in the digital learning space, where everything has to be quantifiable, you have to be able to measure it, has to be generalizable, so it means it's standardized across all levels, all students get the same thing, to avoid any kind of, you know, problems with them suing you or telling you that you get the same as the other students. It has to be auditable, so you have to leave a paper trail to show exactly what you've done and prove what you've done. And it has to be what's called non-trivial. It has to be relevant to the point. And these are what are called academic quality indicators. Now, to lots of people, that sounds absolutely horrifying. To me in particular, it sounds really horrifying. So that is what digital learning in the past was accused of being. Very much standardized, very much everyone has to get through the same worksheets, everyone has to be at the same point. And pretty much the social climate and the educational intimacy were said to be non-existent in online education. However, in my experience, which came about initially during COVID, probably similar to everybody, it doesn't have to be that way. So digital learning actually can be quite non-quantifiable, non-generalizable, spontaneous, and even trivial. There is time to talk to students about what they're thinking, how their life is going, things that are not connected to the content of the session that you're in. It can be slow, it can be incalculable, it can be serendipitous, and it definitely can be unpredictable if you allow it to be. And if you have, I guess, also the confidence to allow it to be. So we can set up our classes to facilitate what's been called in the past social presence, which is a feeling of intimacy or togetherness in terms of sharing time and place. I just want to then give some examples, and the article on the right, there is one that was published, I think it was 2021 or 2022, can't quite remember. But some of the things I noted when I was teaching this unit called Transcultural Communication to, I think they were second year university students. And then what happened was COVID happened halfway through. So we went online halfway through. We'd had a few sessions face-to-face, then we went online. So everyone was feeling a little uneasy, me in particular, because I felt that I would be much more at ease in a face-to-face environment rather than an online environment. So I wasn't particularly confident leading students and convincing them that the online environment would be good. So we're all a bit tentative. However, by the end, when I went back to analyze what had happened during that particular program of study, I noted certain things that had added to the educational intimacy or social climate, if you like, of our experience. And these are the categories that they fell into. Some things fell into the category of lingual play or playing with language. And of course, this was made much more possible by the side text chat. You can have a lot of fun even while I was talking, the students were adding comments in the side text chat, which were fun, which played with language, etc. And I'll show you a few examples in a minute. You can also take advantage of small stories. There were lots of small stories that students had about life, you know, that had changed them during COVID, I suppose, and just the issues they were having, even connecting, you know, their devices and getting online for these sessions. So personal testimonies is what I've called them, but usually would refer to them as small stories in which you can allow for dialogue and discursiveness. And according to Espinosa, these provide some degree of educational sanctuary, like a little place where you can hide away. They provide politicized trust between everybody. And Takushi says they provide friendship between everyone as well. Now, the other thing that I looked at when I looked back at these sessions and tried to work out why the students had evaluated, because they did evaluate the experience very highly, which is quite surprising because I didn't expect that. But when I had a look, I saw that there was a certain thing that stood out for me, and this is what Suresh Kanagaraja has called material ecologies, okay? So during the time that I was online, I was in a very cramped space. I didn't know that I would be suddenly working from home, so I had a less than ideal working environment. Basically, I was just sort of squatting, if you like, in someone else's room. I didn't even have my own room. So I thought, well, what shall I do? Shall I put on a screen, you know, a green screen or something? Or shall I just let them see the full horror of where I'm sitting and delivering these sessions? And I decided that I would just leave it, because my sort of rationale was that probably they would also be in a similar situation. And this could provide some kind of link or connection between me and my students. We were both having very similar experiences. And it would also run counter to this mantra of what we have, everything has to be tidy, you know, everything has to be in a unit outline, everything has to be in a lesson plan. The area where you are has to be clinically, you know, sorted out. So I thought, no, I'm going to go opposite and see what happens. Here's a little clip just from one of the lingua play examples. So you can see, because the unit was transcultural communication, I asked the students, you know, can any of you tell me? And the students are all from different cultural and linguistic backgrounds. Some are like second, third generation Australians, but quite a few of them are from, have languages other than English as well. So we had quite a culturally linguistically diverse group. So I said to them, can you tell me any instances of, you know, what you do when you thank someone in your own culture? Do you have to give gifts when you thank, or is just a thank you enough? And one student, Jenny, says, well, it depends on what you're thanking them for. Christine says, again, depends on the situation. So I say, oh, okay. So what about if you've done something really big for someone? Now, Christine then suddenly takes it up and says in the side text chat, oh, well, if someone was giving me a kidney, as in their kidney from their body, their body part, I'd go out and buy them something. And obviously she's making a joke here. And then I just laugh. And then I say, well, that's certainly something I never thought of. I guess I would buy someone a present in that situation. And then Brenda, in the side text chat, does a smiling emoji, which obviously she's finding it funny. Now, I'm not sure if you can see the final statement because it's actually cut off on my screen here. But basically, student James then makes a joke and plays with the language, takes the word kidney and says, oh, steak and kidney pie. That's what the gift I would give for someone who gave me a kidney, which is obviously a very silly thing to say, but also very funny and playing with language. Steak and kidney pie is very common here in Australia. Other examples then of personal testimonies, here is one, and just in terms of the picture here, this is a yarning circle that we have with our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. It's very common for people to sit and just talk and discuss in these circles, and that's what I was trying to build with these personal testimonies. So this student says, to me in sort of, and to the group, sort of confidentially, if you like, well, and I think I asked a question something like, have you had any examples of where you felt uncomfortable or something at school? And she replied and said, well, where I work is predominantly people are from South Africa, or rather the families are that come there, and so they speak in Afrikaans. But as an educational assistant, we're told by management to tell them they must not speak in Afrikaans when they come to the school. They must speak in English. So I have to walk up to them and say, hey, could you just speak in English, please? And obviously this is very confronting and makes her feel very uncomfortable. It's one thing to tell students to do that. It's a very different thing to tell parents. It's very confronting. And finally, the material ecologies that I'm talking about, well, you can see here, this is my material ecology. This was me in my cramped little space with my son's cat, Arizona, who just refused to go away no matter what I did. And because I don't have a door on this particular room, it was impossible to keep Arizona out. So you can see multimodally, this sort of situation featured a lot of movement, because Arizona was jumping from the back to the front, onto my knee, to the side. Lots of unpredictability. We never knew what she was going to do. And lots of artifacts in an otherwise quite static experience. So there's no green screen. There's just photographs, diffusers, records, CDs spilling out, shopping bags all over the desks, etc. And this I sort of hoped would emulate my own students' chaotic study settings, which I knew were chaotic because they told me. So they're in small bedrooms, kitchens, on buses, some still in their pajamas, even while they're in the workshop without their cameras turned on. So just to sum that up then, before I move to the next part, I guess what I'm trying to say here is, in terms of dehumanizing, yes, a lot of digital education can be dehumanizing, not necessarily because of the technology, but because of the formats which we seem to want to use, where they become very standardized across level groups and across classes, with no room for spontaneity, unpredictability, etc., or any educational intimacy. However, I don't think it's necessarily the case that it has to be like that. If you can rehumanize using all the things that I've just mentioned, and the tools that you have at your disposal, such as side text chat, etc., really do lend themselves to this sort of ongoing dialogue where students can talk to themselves, even while you're talking. You can build much more of a social bond, I think. Sometimes I think even more than face-to-face, particularly with smaller groups. So, but at the same time, we can also turn our attention to artificial intelligence, which is probably similar, but also very different to what we've been talking about. So artificial intelligence then, in my opinion, can both decolonize and recolonize language learning and associated learning. So I have to keep moving these photographs because otherwise I can't see my text. So some examples of where I believe AI and AI tools in particular, such as Google Translate, have decolonized language learning. So they've been good for language learning. Are mostly, especially in the host country such as mine, which is Australia, where we have lots of migrant and refugee students coming, particularly from places like the Ukraine and currently Palestine. These tools can actually help students develop their language proficiency, in particular their English language proficiency, in the host country while they're resettling. And these tools can be key to resolving resettlement-related issues, especially for those who've had emergency forced displacement, who've come here not ever knowing they were going to suddenly end up in an English-speaking country, so they've not necessarily studied any English before or had any notion of being here. And what I'm talking about here is actually in press with Tatiana Bogachenko and her team. So when I'm talking about this, I'm actually referring to a study that she did with Ukrainian refugees. which is coming out in Australian Review of Applied Linguistics shortly. So obviously in host countries, it's very important as well for employment purposes. People arriving here do not have time to do whole years and years of learning English. They need a quick fix. They need a Google Translate to help them along the way. And this can actually be quite emancipatory for them. They, you know, where once they were isolated in these monolingual spaces, told only to speak English, for example, they can now reclaim that space and be able to move between languages and translanguage quite effectively. When I talk about resettlement, I think it's not just an important tool for resettlement either. I think actually even overseas, it can do the same thing, can be emancipatory. So for example, recently I did a trip to Poland, and we had a tour guide / taxi driver who took us and some French people and some Spanish speaking people on a tour. Now, for that man, you know, he couldn't use English because it wasn't a lingua franca for all of us. And anyway, his English was not very good. So what was he to do to keep his job? Well, to keep his job, he basically spoke into his phone in Polish. The entire, you know, description of the tour was spoken in Polish into his phone. Then he would click on it and it would, you know, speak back to us in our respective languages, either in English or in Spanish or in French. And that's how he got around it. So when we say these AI tools are important for emancipation, they definitely are. They can be the difference between earning a living and not earning a living. Similarly, and this is an article I've quoted here, 2023, you know, we have a lot of international students in our classrooms at Curtin, and it is a monolingual space. Only English is spoken there, even though I would say probably sometimes half the class speak other languages. Only English is used. And what can result from that is just silence. A lot of the time the students are just silent because they neither feel comfortable speaking their own languages, or there's not anyone else who speaks that language in the class, or they feel that they're not proficient enough in English either to speak in English. So things like these AI tools can really help them on the spot with doing that, and can help support language acquisition, motivation, etc. However, I'm sure you've all had this experience, especially recently. I would say AI tools are absolutely fantastic. They are definitely the way forward. And, you know, in terms of digital entrepreneurship, well, I think a lot of people are going to make a lot of money out of these tools. They're fantastic, except for me, when it comes to assessment. As soon as we move into the realm of assessment, it becomes problematic, because what is the student's work and what have they just managed to take from AI, probably inappropriately? Which Grammarly have they used? Because we only allow Curtin Grammarly, we don't allow the other Grammarlies, and they sometimes don't know this, so they then fall foul of the rules. And at the moment, I've got about 15 international students who are on what's called a Dixon report. They've been reported for AI breaches. And it's not necessarily the same as Turnitin. It's not a similarity breach. It's actually an AI breach where they've literally just downloaded something completely. So that's not good. And that puts a lot of stress on lecturers, on teachers, because they have to keep checking. They have to keep asking the students, have you used AI? Where have you used it? How have you used it? Sign here to say you've used it. And then follow up on all these reports. It's just too much. The workload is ridiculous. So that's one of the big downsides. However, there are many more. So the other thing is that students can become very over-reliant on these tools, and then probably lose confidence to even do their own work because of this over-reliance. There can be short-lived benefits, like, you know, the taxi driver. Okay, that's great for the context he's in, but outside of that context, there's not really a great deal of benefit for him. He would probably be better off in the end, you know, learning some of these languages to help him out. And the other thing is the thing we're most worried about, and that is that a lot of the ideologies behind these AI tools are quite colonial, and they do delegitimize the linguistic capabilities of multilingual speakers by evaluating them based on the criteria and benchmarks that pertain to a very small group of the population, generally global north population, and often just the sort of rules put in place by so-called native speakers of English. So at the moment, the data bank is not big enough to incorporate language varieties, global Englishes, different accents, for example. That often is not what you get when you plug things in. You get very stock standard responses that sort of rule out any kind of linguistic diversity. And that's what we're worried about, I guess. So with another example then, this is an example of what we believe to be. So the previous examples were really my examples of how AI tools can decolonize language learning. Now, Anna Tankazik and our team have just written something looking at the opposite, how actually you have to be very careful with these tools because they can be just ways of recolonizing language learning yet again. And in particular, what we've looked at is accent moderators. I mean, these have probably been around for a while, but they're taking off really big time at the moment. And, we're not naive. We know that in any society, of course, individuals are going to try and aspire to a certain sort of standard. This is the standard for looking beautiful. This is the standard for sounding intelligent. This is the standard, full stop. And there's always been things like plastic surgery, digital image alterations, Photoshop, all of that. What do you call it when you sort of look fuzzy, just sort of making yourself look soft focus. We've always done this, and we're not judging that because of course that's linked to self-esteem and, confidence a lot of the time. That's why people do these things. But we do have to be careful with something such as accent modification, because these modifications do not support diversities. Instead, they encourage self-corrections in line with standardized sets of features, which, of course, promise a better social, educational, and economic standing within neoliberal societies. And Foucault's talked about this in his Technologies of Self as long ago as, 1988. So we are concerned that then such tools will reproduce existing marginalizations and inequalities through the use of a standard AI accent. These power inequalities could be sort of made bigger, if you like. And you'll see then even a bigger divide between the linguistically privileged and the linguistically underprivileged. Again, that's in the article that will be coming out soon. And Miraz has said, in fact, AI accent modification could become a contemporary dystopia where cultural and linguistic identities are erased altogether. And that's a pretty scary thought. Now, just as an example, I know I haven't got too much time left, but as an example, we are involved in a project where at Curtin, where we're looking at trying to bring HDR or PhD supervisors closer together with their culturally and linguistically diverse PhD students. At the moment, we feel there's a bit of a mismatch, and often supervisors do not understand anything about the cultures or languages of their students. And similarly, students are a little bit uncertain about the new culture and language they have entered into, either as international students or as migrants or as refugees. So this project then, we were hoping to sort of sort this out and talk to supervisors, talk to students about this. So the funny thing is with this project, when we were all set to do the pitch for it, we had to make a small video. So our team's very diverse, linguistically diverse. We have Brazilian team member, a German team member, a Bosnian team member, a Japanese team member, and what else? I think that might be it. But that's quite enough. So we all got together and we said, we'll do the video. Now the Brazilian academic turned up with his talk already recorded and said he didn't want to, he got nervous speaking live, and so he'd rather pre-record it. So we said, oh, okay, well, that's fine if that's how you feel. But then when we listened to it, he'd used an accent modifier, and he was no longer Brazilian. He was some kind of weird standard Australian English-speaking person who we didn't even recognize. So we were totally shocked, and we just laughed nervously, actually, because we didn't quite know what to say, especially for this project, because the whole project was designed not to do that. The project was designed to make supervisors be more inclusive of their students' language and accents. And now he'd modeled the opposite. He was not being, you know, he was saying, actually, it's better to just change your accent. So the onus is on the person doing rather than on the person receiving. Which went against everything we were trying to say. In the end, he understood, and we redid it, and he had a Brazilian accent. We said, sorry, that's just how you have to be. So I guess then we're quite strong on this sort of being quite wary of these sorts of tools in terms of recolonization, because we don't want to go backwards in this area of inclusivity and tolerance and celebration of people's ways of speaking, whether they be varieties of English or, you know, even styles within English. We don't want to return to that idea where you're judged on the way you speak. Of course, when I say return, I don't think we've actually moved that far forward, but we have moved a little bit forward in Australia, at least. So in many ways, we feel it's not really okay to judge people just because they want to make their lives better. And the research shows that by speaking differently, you can have a better life. You can get the better jobs. You know, if you sound more academic, say in my case, I'm from low SES background, low social economic background. For years, I struggled with not sounding quite like I should because I'm from the wrong part of town. So what is that? Should we say, okay, it's up to you to learn to speak differently, or should we educate the masses that we shouldn't be thinking like that anymore? So we believe, obviously, that we should all be educated. But, you know, people like Shah and Bruce, and I can't see the other one because my thing is over, Bruce and Proverbio, they have all talked about this in terms of how it's even more dangerous, because you're not just judged on having an accent as being from another country, you're actually judged to be less intelligent, less competent, and any number of things. And this was sort of borne out in a little experiment I did with my students, where I got all of the lecturers in School of Education to say one thing, a bit like a matched guys exercise. They said the same piece of information. All of them said the same piece of information in English, but with different accents. And then I said to the students, who do you think is the most competent? Who do you think is the most intelligent? And nobody picked anyone who had an accent. The only people they thought were intelligent and competent were those with the standard Australian accent. So that goes to show how damaging this can be. However, you've got to admit that if you were in telemarketing, especially if you're living in somewhere like India or the global south somewhere, you're going to really want to embrace these accent modifiers, because once you ring someone on the phone, immediately they hear your accent, they'll generally hang up in Australia, especially if it sounds like someone from the Indian subcontinent or somewhere like that, because they know those people are not ringing from Australia. So they're not going to listen to them, you know. But imagine if they ring up with an accent like, you know, King Charles or something, then possibly people are going to give them more time and listen to them. Who knows? So just to conclude then, just to finish up, in terms of the dehumanizing, then I'm advocating that digital education can be quite, you know, rehumanizing. In fact, it doesn't have to be a dehumanizing experience. And my students' evaluations of what we did would support that. They're all very positive. Similarly, in Tatiana's study, her participants found the use of Google Translate to really be a decolonizing experience for them. They could use these tools to decentralize language access, and they could decolonize the agenda, in their classrooms or wherever they were. Also, we've seen that, Bourdieu would support this, that, entering into the upper levels of society, either symbolically or materially, definitely can be achieved by reshaping and disguising diversity. We like homogeneity, that's for sure. And especially in the Global South, it's got big implications for people who've previously been quite locked out of many discourses. However, I guess our warning sort of, thing to end on is that you have to be very careful that these very same tools are not just recolonizing, how we learn language and how we see people, because they can, in fact, reinforce notions of deficit in diversity by just sort of promoting these normative models that are currently around. And just to end up then, a little sort of anecdote finally, particularly living in Australia, we're very aware of language being sort of not lost. You can't lose a language. Generally, someone takes it away from you. You never lose it. But we're very aware of that with our own Indigenous populations. We had 250 languages when the settlers first came to this land and declared it empty. Terra Nullius was empty, according to the settler colonizers. And this was despite the presence of Aboriginal people who spoke over 250 languages at that time across Australia. I think it's down to about 13 now that are actively used and accessible to people. So I think you have to be careful of this I can't even say the word, making accents and languages invisible is dangerous, okay? And, you can take on the role as some kind of savior whose job it is to sort of mold the other, which is, the person who doesn't speak English, into the established standard. But you have to then really think, what are you really doing? Are you facilitating anything other really than language or possibly even accent death by doing this? So it's a bit of a moment where you have to consider where you stand on these things, I guess. Okay, and that's where I'll finish. These are all the references. You can see there's a few that I've written there. Presumably, if you have a copy of this, you'll be able to see these. And there's some more references there. Okay, I think I may have gone over time, but that's because I was fiddling around moving my computer, which is now charging very nicely, so that's good. Yeah, so I'll just stop there.
Okay.
I'll
thank
stop
you,
sharing. Should I stop sharing or keep it on the screen?
You can stop sharing.
Okay.
Or you can go to the cover of your slides, perhaps to show the title of your presentation.
Oh, okay. I just stopped sharing.
Okay, so thank you, Tony, for your very insightful presentation. Thank you for sharing with us. I'm going to go to the next session, which is question and answer session. I will ask, I'll give the opportunities to the floor to ask questions, but I think before that, I was just wondering, I'm curious to know your understanding or your perspective on the integration or the use of technology in classrooms. Considering your experiences, your vast experiences in Vietnam, a country with, many similarities to Indonesia. And what do you think? How can the use and integration of technology in classrooms can, strengthen or ensure inclusivity, while some students here and student parents, not to mention teachers, are not entirely technologically adept. So how can we, prevent this, what you call as colonization, from happening in our classrooms? Indonesia is really, really huge countries, a lot of, thousands of islands. Technologies are not really available in every single island in this country. So what do you think, Tony?
Yes, yeah, I go up to Vietnam regularly. I must say I don't have a lot of problems there because I'm in Ho Chi Minh City, a main city, when I go up there. But I do know that my students, my Vietnamese students who work in rural and remote communities have many more issues, mainly to do with internet connections. And I do actually have 2 PhD students who've just finished, who are from Indonesia, who've actually, both of them have looked at, I think one looked at, what was it? WhatsApp as a teaching tool for Indonesia. And the other one was, I can't remember now, was it Instagram or something? Anyway, they're looking at these technologies as teaching tools. And I think they started off being very kind of what we call gung-ho, you know, like this is great, this is the way forward, you know, particularly for students who are living remotely, as they do in Australia. It gives them great opportunities because they obviously can't get into the main city, so they can learn online. However, by the end of their PhDs, they did realize that there's one big thing that has to happen here. And it's not even people's attitudes or parents' attitudes or anything else. It's actually about the infrastructure, right? The sort of what you have in place in terms of supports for digital learning, because in Australia, we have many parts where you can't even get a signal on your phone, never mind get the internet, you know. So, and they realized that, yeah, they were painting a really good picture of what could be done with these technologies. But in fact, until there is a lot more internet coverage and money spent bringing remote communities, especially into the sphere of communications, then it's quite difficult to make any steps forward at all. In fact, I mean, our Aboriginal communities that we have who use digital online learning are using their phones. The mobile portable devices we find are the most effective ways. They're not ideal because they're small screen, but you don't need to have a laptop if you can't afford one. You don't need to, you know, be in a set place. You can walk around. You don't need to have a room. You've got a phone. So I guess in terms of that, and the students, both students were looking at these more mobile, small screen type technologies, then I think that's probably more the way forward. But then again, you do need to have a phone signal even for that. So,
okay.
Yeah. And I'd just add to that too, you have to also be very careful. I'm very wary of using technology for technology's sake. That's why I was trying to point out that when I'm trying to teach, I'm trying to not just trying to do things that you can do with technology that you wouldn't be able to do just face to face. So the use of the side text chat is really something you cannot have when you're teaching face to face. So that's a big advantage to your teaching. There's no point in trying to just deliver lessons that are exactly the same as what you would do face to face. There's no point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, agree with you. All right.
Okay, I don't know if I answered your question, but
yeah, there must be some questions from the floor, so I would like to give this opportunity to the participants here to ask questions. Yes, from Professor Minda, Ibu Minda.
Thank you, Pak Mahmud. Good morning, Tony. May I just address
selamat pagi.
Okay. This semester I am a team teaching member. I mean, the subject that we teach now is new trends in English education. One of the reference that we use is fast enough to 2024. So it's recent, right? And the title of his research is Current Trends and Future Prospects in English Language Teaching. So in his research, he talks about the recent trends, which is there is a significant integration of a technology in English language teaching, and for the future trends, he shows the increasing role of artificial intelligence. Both of these enhances personalized learning. Right, okay. So in one side, as we understand, this personalized learning accommodates different individual levels, different individual needs and interests. But on the other side, it decreases human-to-human interaction. The role of teachers is being questioned. The role of traditional classroom is also being questioned. Now my question is, how do you think we can manage this, and what perspective that we should, introduce to English teachers about these two issues, okay, in the teaching, in the professional teaching development, in the professional development of teachers, I mean.
Yeah.
That is one question. And the other thing is that I was amazed with these new terms that you introduced this morning, recolonizing, decolonizing, and things which are not, very new to us. I understand that every native, every countries, every speakers would like to be accepted in terms of their accent in English. But in the condition that we are still struggling to achieve certain level of competency, how can we introduce this? It will be like, trouble with this, professional teachers development. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll try and answer the second question first while I remember it. So I think it's just, we have to be honest, we've made a lot of progress here in Australia. We now, we still ask for Australian Standard English in our classrooms, but quite frankly, nobody really knows what that is. So we just kind of get around it by just ignoring it. But I think you're right that, probably these terms decolonizing, recolonizing are new for you there, but we have them more here because finally, although things are changing not very quickly, at least there is quite a few academics now who are aware that things have to change, that we can't be, still expecting to hold all the cards as the global north and, issue the rules. This is how you have to be speaking. If you want to get a job, you have to speak like this. We can't be doing that anymore. Just in Australia, it can't work. I mean, that's my cat, by the way, who's crying there, trying to get out. So I think we're in for a long haul, but what I was trying to say in this presentation is that by introducing things like accent modifiers, that will actually, initially anyway, set us back, because then, instead of people changing their attitudes and being inclusive, it will reinforce, only people with certain accents then will be interviewed or get jobs or whatever, and I think that's what we're trying to say, that we have to be wary of that. In terms of your first question, which now I've forgotten, but I think it was something like, how do you manage in your context? I would say every context is different. I think actually teaching face-to-face or online when you have large classes and exam-driven curriculum is very difficult, right? Whether it's face-to-face or online, because there's no opportunity for what I was talking about, educational intimacy, right? You can't really talk to each person because there are so many in the group. You've just got to get through it. And so I think technologies or no technologies, large classes that are exam driven in particular, there's not really a lot you can do either with or without technology in those situations. So maybe it takes a different way of thinking, do we really want to have all these exams all the time? And especially with AI now, they are meaningless a lot of the time, depending on the exam. I mean, if it's an oral exam, then maybe it's not meaningless because it can't be just put through AI. But any other kind of exams, then often people can just, get something off AI and just memorize it. although I guess exams are slightly better than assignments. Assignments, really, especially essays, they're dead. We can't use those anymore. They will never work because people just lift them straight off. So we have to have experiential learning now. We have to have something that's personalized to each student so that they can't just lift something from AI. I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but I think sometimes it's not a matter of whether we should be using technology or not. It's a matter of how large our classes are, and is it just transmission mode in those classes? Is it just literally teacher-fronted classes, in which case neither is really going to work. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Prof? Okay, so do we still have time for one or two more questions?
I
Ibu
probably
MC?
have time just for one, because I actually have to go. You won't believe
Oh, you
it.
have to go?
I actually have to go and deliver another talk, and I have to drive there. And
Okay.
that's at 12:55.
All right then. Okay.
So, but I can answer another question now if it's a quick
yeah,
one.
well, let's see if there is one. Okay, from Professor Berlin. Okay, Professor, you can come up here, Prof. Okay, just one more question, Tony.
Sure. As long as I can go in the next few minutes,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay, am I audible, Prof. Tony?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the last opportunity. Well, I'm sorry, I cannot hear you very clearly from the back row of this seat, but I'm interested in your presentations. Well, I understand that you say digital language practices may have their impact on educational entrepreneurship. My question is related to the assessment. How do we assess the impact of these digital practices into entrepreneurship? The second question, technology, in my opinion, is just only a means, is just only a tool. The most important thing, in my opinion, is how you organize, how you develop the instruction itself. So it is just like a truck. A truck can be a new one, but it can carry just only a small, bad quality of accommodation. So what do you think of these two questions? How do we organize the instructions itself to the technology? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So just really, I think you've answered your own question for the second one. Yeah, I mean, with my two PhD students, they found that they were trying to look at task-based language teaching as a vehicle, for their online pedagogies. But they found that mostly it's all to do with, as you say, the setting up of the tasks, how clear the instructions are, how many demonstrations you've provided of those tasks, etc. So it's actually really no different to teaching face-to-face, except that you've got to have a contingency plan for many different things, i.e. the technology not working, or the, you might not have, same as any class, you might only have a couple of students that day when you're planning to have 20 or something. So I think it's pretty similar to any kind of face-to-face teaching, where tasks have to be set up quite carefully, but obviously the elephant in the room is the technology. And sometimes I would say that many tasks will be better done without the technology if you don't need to have it, because it just becomes an encumbrance. Having said that, I was in a class only last week of 4 to 6 year olds, Aboriginal school in remote Australia, and they were using iPads just for 15 minutes of the day, and the teacher had set it up very carefully. So even these 6-year-olds could manage what they had to do on this iPad. And so I think you're right. It's no substitute for just being, as you would be anyway, very careful with instructions. I can't remember what your first question was, actually.
Okay, thank you. Prof? Oh, okay. About the assessment?
Oh, yeah, assessment. I think, yeah, as I said, I don't have any I don't have any answers to assessment. We at Curtin, we are just really in a state where we really don't know what to do in terms of assessments. We're having to return a lot to just oral presentations with, you know, minimal notes and with questioning. So we have to question students to be sure they really understand what they're talking about. We're turning right away from anything to do with essays or anything that can just be lifted off the net. So, yeah, or through AI, sorry. And quite often now, as I say, experiential learning. So one of my assessment now is I ask my postgraduate students to go and find something like out in the community, go and find a linguiscape of, you know, say go to Chinatown, take photos of the language that's on the signs, listen around you to what's being spoken, and then come back and tell me your personal experience of that. It has to be personalized. The learning has to be personalized now, because otherwise there's so much out there that can just be tapped into and just brought, you know, but personalized things where you can then ask students questions about that is the only way it can go. Of course, that's much more time intensive for marking, but that's how it's going to be in the future, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I really have to leave now. So,
yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Tony. So on behalf of all of us here, I would like to thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your experiences with us. And you have a good day.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Ibu MC.
Well, thank you, Bapak Hutasud, for moderating this session. And our big thanks, of course, goes to Professor Tony, yeah, for contributing your inspiring and also insightful keynote speeches. Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming up, honorable ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to listen to our third keynote speaker. Without further ado, now please help me welcome Dr. Norfariza Muhammad Bahir from University Science Malaysia. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm sorry for this moment. I also would like to invite Ibu Dr. Ana Tambunan to moderate this session.
Okay. Good morning, all. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ana Tambunan. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for the 6th International Seminar of Language, Art, and Literature Education. As we know that the integration of AI, artificial intelligence technologies into product design processes has ignited unprecedented opportunities for design innovation, offering novel universities to augment processes and enhance design outcomes. In today's session, we will get a closer look into design trends in the continued use of AIGC, AI-powered generative content. Ladies and gentlemen, first, I'd like to read a brief introduction to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Norfariza binti Muhammad Bakir, a senior lecturer at University Science Malaysia, USM. She has an undergraduate degree from the Wanganui Regional Community Polytechnic, New Zealand, BFA Computer Graphic Design, a postgraduate diploma from Savannah College of Art and Design, USA, MFA Computer Art, and her PhD from University Science Malaysia, focusing on Reka Bentuk and Teknologi Media Baru. Her areas of expertise are in new media technology, graphic design and visual communication, digital heritage, cinematography, and video composition, focusing on user experience, design thinking, user studies.
Well, she has published in various journals. Among her recent publication in 2024 is about revitalizing interest in traditional Malaysian games among the younger generation through mobile applications, an interface design approach, and also global research trends and citation impact in ceramic decorative pattern art, a comprehensive bibliometric analysis, and also some publications in 2023. Before the presentation begins, let me tell you how the session will run. Firstly, the speaker will present the material for 40 minutes. Following that, we will have a question and answer session for approximately 10 minutes. And finally, the session will be ended by a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Dr. Nur Fariza binti Muhammad Bahir to present the material of Design Trends in the Continued Use of AIGC, User Acceptance and Pathways to Entrepreneurship in the Digital Era. Let's welcome the speaker. Please give a big applause. Thank you.
Hello, all right, it's 11, so good morning everyone, Assalamualaikum. My name is Nur Fariza Muhammad Bahir. I am from University Science Malaysia, from the Department of New Media Design and Technology, School of the Arts. So today, I'm going to talk about design trends and the continued use of AIGC, a very trendy topic right now, and user acceptance and pathway to entrepreneurship in the digital era. Okay, so next. Yeah, you can go next. All right. Okay, so the overview of AIGC, as you can see there, the rapid integration of AI into various industries has transformed both creative and entrepreneurial landscape. So one of the most influential developments is the rise of AI-generated content, AIGC. So where machine learning algorithm and the neural networks autonomously create text, image, and even music. I think you are quite aware about this right now, okay? So unlike traditional human content creation, AIGC relies on computer algorithms, particularly deep learning and natural language processing technologies to analyze and learn from the vast amount of data, enabling the automated generation of content. So AIGC is considered a new form of content creation following professional generated content, PGC, and user-generated content, UGC. So next, as you can see here, the key technologies that were used include the Generative Adversarial Network, or GANs, and another one is Recurrent Neural Networks, RNNs, and the Deep Learning Algorithm. So for example, So for example, image creation models such as DALL-E, can go to that. DALL-E and Midjourney allows designer and artists to create intricate and visually striking artworks, while natural language models like GPT-4 facilitate the generation of textual description, concept, and narrative for projects. As you can see here, both the logos are quite similar, the DALL-E and GPT. They are from OpenAI. So, the importance of AIGC in creative and business field. So these technologies have far-reaching implication beyond the artistic sphere. So influencing sectors such as law, economics, and media. So as AIGC become more sophisticated, it is necessary to examine its impact on user acceptance, which is us. Okay, so legal framework and entrepreneurial opportunities are very important for this. So the digital transformation driven by AI demands an interdisciplinary approach to understand its effect fully, particularly in addressing the ethical, that's important, legal and business challenges that accompany this advancement. So this is what we are facing now with IAGC, all about legal and ethics. So this tool progressively incorporated into design workflow where they only accelerated ideation and prototyping, but also enable distinctive and varied form of expression that were formerly difficult to attain through human effort alone. So the next one, the key questions. How are design trends in IAGC shaping user acceptance? What entrepreneurial opportunity does AIC offer? So my research in IAGC focusing on how they influence user acceptance and create pathway to entrepreneurship in the digital era by examining the intersection of aesthetics, legal consideration, and business innovation. So the rapid advancement in AI have ushered in a transformation era offering promising potential to redefine various domains, and including creative industry and in the digital landscape. So the emergence of AI-powered generative content has garnered significant attention, and as it holds the power to revolutionize how creators and designers approach their craft, inspiring a new wave of creativity and innovation. So, next, design trends in IAGC. Oops, yeah. So, generative adversarial networks, or GAN, have emerged as a prominent technology in AI-powered content. So these networks, along with the generative AI tools such as recurrent run and deep learning algorithm, enable the creation of diverse and plausible digital artifacts from image to text. As the image over there, I experimented with ChatGPT-4. I gave some command, the keyword, to create something of the artworks, and the GPT just using DALL-E to create that image based on my command. So this is actually can help you, if you are in a bind, to create something. Actually, it looks, for experimental sake, it looks interesting. I'm surprised that it can come out with that. Okay, so. For the next one, next slide, please, thank you. So, all right, so you can see the graph there. Figure 1 shows the annual number of scientific publications from 2022 to 2024. So as shown in the figure, few articles has been published before 2022. However, a significant surge occurred between 2022 and 2024, with the amount of publication doubling compared to the previous year. So the peak was reached in 2024 with 361 publications, which means that research in this field continue to gather substantial attention. This information hasn't been published yet. This is part of my paper. So this is part of the publication that are concentrated on AIGC and arts and creative design. So, the trend in the AIGC, the new aesthetics and cultural landscape. So the integration of generative adversarial networks and other AI-powered generative tools into designers and practitioners' creative workflow has given a rise to several design trends shaping the future of content creation. So these AI-powered tools, generative capabilities, fundamentally alter the creative processes by which creators formulate ideas and bring them to life. As I give you an example just now, like before the artists, have to think about what they want to do, draw this using experimental many ways would take days or weeks or months. But I just did it in 3 seconds. So that's the comparison. So these tools are progressively incorporated into design workflow, where they not only accelerated ideation and prototyping, but also enable distinctive and varied form of expression that were formerly difficult to attain through human effort alone, meaning it will take some time. So this incorporation of AIGC into design methodologies signifies a notable transformation connecting human with machine efficiency. So now we're going to look into trend 2, which is like legal and ethical implication, which is very important. So another design trend revolves around the evolving legal and ethical consideration surrounding the use of AI content. So the question of ownership, attribution, and the implication of intellectual property law require carefully examination as the boundaries between human and machine-generated content become increasingly blurred. So last year, US court law ruled out that AI-generated images without any human input cannot be copyrighted under the US law. But that's the US. So without clear knowledge of the training data, which is integral or part of the input means, there is a lack of consensus on what constitutes intellectual property. So, they are fighting this, humans still want to have ownership of the AI. Okay, so however, these are common teething problems encountered by any technology. So to arrive at the solution that works for all, an artistic community, all of us, and legal and technology expert will need to sit together and hammer out the details. So the next one, the trend 3, is the changing the nature of creative work. Next slide, please. All right. So another crucial design trend is the impact of generative AI on the future creative work. As AI-powered tools become more, ubiquitous in the creative industry, the roles and responsibilities of designer, artists, and other creative practitioners are undergoing profound transformation. So this shift necessitates a re-evaluation of educational curricula, skill sets, and the nature of creative labor in the digital age. Because AI is in front of us, is in your face. You cannot escape it. It's there. So either you ignore it or you have to work with it. So as the example show, this is part of the artworks that were used to create an image. This one is from Natella. And the next one is from I think it's Mid Journey. It's too small for me. And the next one is also from oh God, it's too small. From Deep Dream. Okay, so all of these were created by using an AI prompt. So for the next slide is the trend 4, the evolution of the media ecosystem. So everything has domino effects. So furthermore, the integration of generative AI into contemporary media ecosystem is reshaping digital content production. It's changing everything now. It's not like before. These technologies shift implication for business models, value change, and audience engagement in the media landscape represent a significant design trend that warrants close examination. So the bottom line is that a fruitful, fair collaboration between human and AI benefits everyone. So the AI art example above show that AI democratizes the ability to create art. So you may not know, how to mix watercolor, shaping, I'm not an artist, or be well versed in the principle of design, but your ability to imagine and articulate will be the key into the creating a great AI art. All we need to do is the keyword. So the next one, we're going to talk about the user acceptance of AIGC. So the proliferation of the AI-powered generative content has significant implication for user acceptance. So on the user acceptance front, Integration of the AI tools into creative workflow has elicited a range of responses from creative professionals. So they are also experimenting with this. Some perceive this technology as a threat. I was once. Fearing that the potential automation of high-quality content generation as a threat to their ownership and agencies. Conversely, others express curiosity and excitement about technology possibilities, envisioning new modes of collaboration between human and AI. So, for example, next slide, please. Okay, for example, this is a new Marvel Secret Invasion that used the AI to create an opening credits, fully AI. So its director and executive producer, Ali Salim, said that he doesn't really understand how AI works, but it's fascinated by what it can create. So this is all of us. We are kind of like fascinated with what AI can do. So next one is about the diverse reaction to AIGC. We have of course, we have pro and con. Positive reaction is enthusiasm for AIGC ability to speed up production, expand creative product options, and concern and resistance like fear of job displacement, loss of creative autonomy, and ethical concern. I think this is what we are fearing now, all about losing the jobs. Our students, if we have AI, then what about our students? Okay, so next, we will look into the factors influencing user acceptance. Of course, we were going to talk about perceived usefulness. User accept AIGC when it proved beneficial, which is true. And the ease of use, simplified, intuitive AIGC tools are more likely to be adopted, and AIGC must balance assistance without overshadowing human creativity. So, as you can see in the next slide, hold on, I've lost it, okay. So as you can see here, the one that I highlight in red, okay, these all, when I said about user accepts AIGC when it proved beneficial, this is the timeline. This is the history of artificial intelligence timeline. So we start kind of like in 1950s. Where it's slowly gaining the momentum and until like the next one when the ChatGPT was born in 2022. So all of these are because perceived usefulness. User accept AIGC because it's beneficial for day-to-day life. So that's what I said when, it's on your face right now, it's everywhere. You cannot do anything. So the next slides about the implication for adoption. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right. So emerging design trends in the AIGC adoption. As AIGC technologies evolve, distinct design trends are emerging that shape their integration and acceptance within various industry and user communities. So specifically, there is a growing emphasis on the seamless integration of AIGC into existing workflow and creative process. So this is all about the research we are doing now, that enabling users to leverage the capabilities of these generative AI tools without disrupting their established practice. Go to the next slide, please. All right, so this is like one example of the artwork. This is a research paper. It's very small, I cannot see. That about using Zisha teapot with the theme of dragon generated by DALL-E. So as you can see, the industry are slowly incorporating the use of AI into their industry. So this trend highlights the growing demands for AIGC solutions that combine multiple content types seamlessly to deliver engaging and captivating narratives. So all of this will go through the pathway to entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. So as AIGC technologies evolve, entrepreneurs must strategically integrate these capabilities into their business model. They have to. It's make your life kind of like easy. AI enables customer content, customized content, opening doors for niche businesses catering to the specific user's preference. So, next one, please. So, democratization of content creation, that AIGC empowers small businesses that are, using a lot of social media content, personalized marketing campaign, AI-driven services, and many, many more. So, the next one is the scaling ventures with AIGC. As AIGC become more widely adopted, next one please. As AIGC becomes more widely adopted, entrepreneurs must develop strategies to scale their offerings and ensure seamless integration within their target market's existing system and workflow. So entrepreneurs must stay abreast of evolving regulation and policy governing the use of AIGC technologies. There will be some sort of frameworks of using AIGC in the future that we have to follow. Right now, it's a bit blur. So for the next slides, we talk about the challenge and ethical consideration, especially about the legal issues. So as AIGC technologies continue to advance, there are growing need to address the ethical implication and potential societal impact. The key concerns include the data privacy, algorithmic bias, intellectual property rights, and the displacement of human creative labor. And the ethical concern Researchers also began, the next slide please. Researchers also began exploring these ethical challenges, emphasizing the importance of developing AIGC system with solid safeguards and transparent processes. So when we talk about transparency, we talk about the responsible innovation. Next slide please. So as AIGC technologies become more prevalent in entrepreneurial ventures, entrepreneurs must consider the ethical implication of this system. Gaining user trust and acceptance is crucial for successfully adopting AIGC-powered products and services. Because this is a new technology, convincing the user to trust about the system is quite difficult. So, the next one, we talk about the AIGC in the business model. As we talked before, we are kind of like using AIGC that to harness and analyze the target, the large data set. Identity patterns and insight that generate customized businesses intelligence that informs strategic and decision-making that fuels entrepreneurial success. So, by embracing AIGC-enabled tools and platforms, entrepreneurs can unlock new efficiencies, amplify their competitive edge, and position their ventures for a long-term growth and success in digital landscape. So, of course, when we talk about AI, it's also about sustainable business practices. So, as entrepreneurs harness AIGC power to drive innovation and growth, it is essential to consider these technologies' broader environmental and societal implication. And entrepreneurs can leverage these tools to enhance the sustainability of their operation, such as optimizing resources allocation, reducing waste, and improving energy efficiency. So as a case study here, we can go to the next slide. For example, we can choose, right now it's all about SDG, okay? And in all university, we talk about SDG all the time. So we can use AIGC to probably take the SDG 13 in the climate action, which can help address the urgent need to combat climate change and its impact by developing innovative AIGC-powered solutions that promote renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable resources management. Or we can look into Sustainable Development Goal 9, next please, where it is about the industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which can be advanced by entrepreneurs using AIGC to drive technological progress and enhance productivity. And also the most important one is the SDG 4, next one please, which is quality education, which can be supported by entrepreneurs leveraging AIGC to create accessible and engaging educational resources, democratizing knowledge and skills development. So, the future of AIGC. So the conclusion is, where is it? The continued evolution of AI generated content is reshaping industry, our future right now, challenging traditional roles in creativity. So as this technology matures, it is potential to enhance creativity, streamline content production, and lower barriers to entry, present significant opportunities for entrepreneurs and creative professionals. So, also have the entrepreneurial impact. The next one, please. So, entrepreneurs who successfully harness AIGC transformative potential while maintaining ethical standards will lead the next wave of innovation in the digital era. So, So academic institution and training program must incorporate AIGC literacy. We have media literacy, now we need to have AIGC literacy into the curriculum, equipping aspiring entrepreneurs with the knowledge and skills to leverage these transformative technologies. So the next one, so the key takeaways for this presentation was of course, the most important part is about the ethical development, building user trust, and sustainable integration. So this transition also requires a proactive approach to workforce development, responsible innovation, and ethical consideration, as I said right now. So entrepreneurs in Asia can effectively harness the power of AIGC while remaining attuned to the broader societal and environmental implication will be the well-positioned thrive in the digital era and contribute to a more prosperous and sustainable future for the region. Thank you. I'm trying to...
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nur Fariza, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation. Again, let's please give a big applause for Dr. Nur Fariza.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after we know about the comprehensive outlook of design trends in the continued use of AIGC, artificial intelligence generative content, now it's time to have a discussion with our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions from the floor or in the chat box? Maybe you can check. Well, yes, again Prof. Berlin, again Ibu Rita Hartati. Well, yes, please Ibu.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for sharing such valuable knowledge. I apologize if I misunderstood your explanation regarding to AI, about acceptance AI and how it works. It is too advanced for our language educators, language instructor, but especially in comparison with the previous speaker, keynote speaker, Professor Tony Davinson, about colonizing AI tools for translation and accent modification. If I relate to our team about transforming language or education in the digital era, so I will feel as language instructor where the focus is more on the empowering language and learning and education. So how do you think we should approach teaching language while incorporating AI explanation as something explanation valuable for the students to understand? In order we get success to educate our students. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll try to answer that. For like now, what we are doing in USM right now, we are using AI to assist as a tool, but not as a main component in teaching, because of course we are trying to make sure that the students understand that AI is a machine learning. It emulates whatever that we tell them to do. Human is very important. We're still important. Okay, so all of this, we need to make the students and all of us understand that we are the one who give the command to the machine. And the machine will learn based on whatever that we upload on the internet. So that's what we call it, machine learning, whatever. So like Prof. Tony said about the learning accent and everything. So the machine is taking all the information, the sources about, let's say, Indonesian accent, and then they will combine it together to make it Indonesian accent. But we as a human will have to listen to it. Is it correct? Because ChatGPT has this disclaimer that said not all information were correct. So that's why, as I said, AIGC is a tool just to help us to make our life easier, but not 100%, because this is still a new thing. ChatGPT was created in November 2022, so it's still very in infancy. So now it's ChatGPT 4. As I said, I play around a few and to see what they can do. It's quite powerful, but it's not entirely accurate. So I hope I answer your question, Prof.
Yes, thank you. Bu Rita? Is that okay? Yes? Any other questions? No? Okay. Yeah, Pak Professor Berlin?
Okay, thank you. Well, as a matter of fact, this is not my question. This is the questions from my colleague from Arts Department.
Okay.
I myself...
Yeah, I know the one at the...
This one. Yeah. I myself are from English Department, and
okay.
I'm not asking you about how AI is used in language teaching, because you're not talking about that one.
Yeah.
So my colleagues say that art is a language of expressions, the feeling.
Very true.
So when we depend on the AIGC, so how about the futures of the human feelings development in relation to education? Do I ask your question? Sudah betul ya? Yeah. Okay, I think I asked already her questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's all, yeah, this is very true. Arts is expression of yourself in visual language, which is correct. That's why, as I said, like the one that I showed you before, when I give command in ChatGPT 4 to create something, they come out with a very beautiful. But as you can see, it's very, for me, it's very dry. It has a lot of whatever the influence or the keyword that I said that. But that's why, as I said, you can just use AIGC to help you to, I don't know, give some guideline of what you want to do. But That's why the human part is very important, because to create of course, how to say, when you're painting, the process, the human connection, the cognitive, the psychomotor, the one that when you're creating the design or artwork, that's the one that expensive, the one that costs a lot. But if you just give command to the AI to create something and just come like that, I think it's kind of like not really, kind of worthless. So that's why human painting costs a lot of money, correct? So as I said, expressive language for the artist is important. So I hope that we are not going to, how to say, tenggelam with all the AIGC all around us. I hope I answered the questions.
I will still continue my questions.
Okay.
Yes, his questions.
His question again. Okay.
Yes. Well, some people predict in the futures that the AI, and in your case, AIGC, will replace people. And some people also say that machine learning in a certain stage will develop by themselves without just only depending on getting command.
Scary, isn't it?
Yeah, getting command from the human being. So what do you think of this disaster in the futures just because of this AI?
Actually, we saw this in a lot of science fiction films where AI is taking
Yes,
over.
you're right.
I know, it's scary, isn't it?
Yes, you're right,
Yeah.
and it will become true.
I watch a lot of science fiction movies, so I know, I'm very afraid.
Long times ago in the James Bond film, 007, we see that the 007, James Bond can take pictures in the film, but nowadays it is already true with our life.
Very true.
So that's AI will come true as a disaster in the future. What do you think of that? Because
so human must, stay strong together. I'm sorry. And destroy the AI. No, it is very true. The AI was created by human.
Yes.
The one that you said, James Bond, I told my student before, remember the Star Trek film, sorry, they have this communicator, and 20 years after that, we have cell phone, and we saw a film like Star Wars, just pure imagination by this storyteller, and a few years after that, we have a Star Wars project by the US government and the Russian. So basically, everything that were imagined by human was created. So we also created the AI, and we are thinking about the AI will take over the future. So if we let the AI take over the future, then the AI will win. So we have to, don't make them. So that's why we have to, that's why the legal implication, the one that we talk about, that we need to have some sort of framework to put how to say, a filter or something to make sure that it doesn't, go haywire with all these technologies. Because we are giving the AI, because it's machine learning. Whatever that we upload, all the younger students here, whatever that you upload on the internet, the Instagram and everything, they are learning about your behavior. Yes, Meta, Meta company, Facebook? Yeah, they are taking the information without you knowing. So they know about, the simplest example was when you are looking at your Instagram and then you are boring and then you check your, let's say, I would like to buy a new bag, kasus, all right? And then, okay lah, never mind, you close the website and then you open the website, Instagram or Facebook, you can see the iklan, the advertising of the same thing that you looked just now. Remember the cookies part? So they are taking that based on your name. So that's why they are building the profile based on your preference. Very scary. I know. And I'm teaching AI. I hope I answer your question, Prof. Thank you.
Is there a question?
Oh,
Agus.
still. Agus, oh, do you
My
know
name,
I know him.
Okay.
Yeah, my name Agus Pratno, head of Visual Art Department in Language and Art, Unimed. I have a simple question.
Must be the hardest one.
In digital age, AI make possible all people create an art.
Correct.
Okay. How artists who works manually competing with a machine?
Competing with the machine.
Yes, competing with the machine.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Usually, if the customer wants some very fast artwork, they have to rely on the machine. But that's, when you're dealing, especially the entrepreneurship or the one who involved with the businesses, especially graphic designer and everything, you are like in the deadline. You have like artist block, you cannot create. The solution is AI. But as I said before, the first time the AI generated content was produced, when you look at it, it was like, wow, it looks very beautiful. But after a few months, you can see the same pattern in the artwork. You can see that. Like the one that I showed, the Secret Invasion, you can see that the style. So it cannot replicate the individual artist's style. So that's the value in the human artist. So I hope that, all the artists are still working, with your artwork to make sure that, you can fight the AI invasion. I'm pro AI also, but I'm also not really, because AI can help you in a bit, especially if you're working with, everyday life, like Grammarly, when you're writing something, right? But not to take over everything in your life. It's just not ethical,
Yes, Pak Agus? Yes, okay. Do we still have time, Ibu MC? No more? Okay, no more. So apparently we still have enormous questions or topic to be discussed. However, due to the limited time, we need to end our discussion session. So ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of part of this session 3 on design trends in the continued use of AIGC. So please allow me also to take some highlighted points from this session. So the integration of AIGC tools in design innovation presents significant opportunities to enhance the overall design workflow, and also the integration of these AIGC tools into design innovation requires careful consideration. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the speaker, Dr. Nur Fariza, for her informative and interesting presentation, and also to all participants for your active participation. Please give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you. So see you all later, and thank you very much. Over to you, Ibu Sisila.
Well, thank you, Ibu Ana Tambunan, for moderating this session. And our big thanks, of course, goes to Dr. Nur Fariza Muhammad Bakri for contributing your fruitful materials and brilliant ideas, of course. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the next session. Okay, the next session, we are going to listen to the next keynote speeches, which will be delivered by Dr. Matthias Prikozovitz from University of Paderborn, Germany. The keynote speeches will be moderated by Ibu Winda Satyasari, PhD. Well, Ibu Winda, time is yours. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, a saying goes, the day is not young anymore, everybody. So it's quite late before we have a lunch break, but bear with me for another 15 minutes, okay? You don't mind, right, everybody? Those on the Zoom and those in the conference venue, okay? I'm Winda. I will moderate the last session for this conference day. And we have Dr. Matthias Priskozovic, ya. Okay, ribet. Kalau orang Inggris ngomong Jerman ribet, ya. Okay, so Dr. Matthias Priskozovic, good afternoon from Indonesia, Dr. Matthias. Dr. Matthias. You're not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's crystal clear for me and for the audience. Yeah, okay, yes. Good morning from Indonesia. I believe it's still, the morning breaks down, right? It's 8 o'clock there from Germany, or?
No, it's 6:15 a.m.
Wow, 6:15 in the morning. Everybody give the big applause, ya. Pak Matthias mesti bangun pagi-pagi di Jerman. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Without further ado, everybody, let me read a bit about Dr. Matthias' biography. Okay, he is an associate professor of German Studies and Comparative Literature Studies at Universität Paderborn. Okay, he's a doctor of philosophy. Okay, Dr. Matthias learned German for foreign language at the universities of, yes. So let me repeat again. So Dr. Matthias is a research assistant at the University of Vienna. Yeah, and as an assistant professor at German Jordanian University in Amman. He spent longer research stay at university in Italy, Spain, and United States of America. And his research, teaching, and interest focuses in German learning as a foreign language. We call it as DAZ, or DAFT, and multilingualism in school, work, subject, or language mediation and acquisition in virtual and pluricultural space project-oriented language teaching. Okay, so his expertise also covers in to language education in all subjects, as well as the DAF teacher. Bapak Ibu, DAZ stand for German, teaching German for foreign language. Now, Bapak Ibu, today, Dr. Matthias will talk about multilingualism and social participation in vocational training and at work. Okay, so let us welcome Dr. Matthias. Dr. Matthias, the floor is virtually yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you told me you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, you are so audible. Okay. Don't worry. Keep going.
Okay, so then I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So just a second. Just start it this way. You can still see it, right? Good. Okay, so thank you for this introduction. As you mentioned, my name is Matthias Priskozovic, and I'm working at the University of Paderborn in Germany. And the topic I'm going to talk about is multilingualism and social participation in vocational training and at work. And I chose this topic because in our department at the University of Paderborn, this is a research focus that we have. And how can I switch here? I will first briefly talk about the structure of my keynote. So I'm going to start with some definitions, and we'll then go on to migrant languages in vocational training, migrant languages at work. And with migrant languages, I'm referring to languages, for example, Turkish or Arabic or Farsi in the German-speaking countries. Then aspects of social participation, current research projects at the University of Paderborn. As I mentioned before, this is a research focus of ours, and we currently do have some research projects on this topic. And then about future perspectives of multilingualism in at work and in vocational training. So why did I choose this topic? I know that there are some German learners among you. I know not everyone speaks German, but I just briefly wanted to show you this handbook that came out only in September. It's called Handbook Multilingualism and Social Participation, Interdisciplinary Approaches. So it covers multilingualism from various perspectives and somehow links it to social participation. And this picture that you see here, it makes clear that, you know, being able to communicate, to interact, to talk helps you a lot to socially participate. Of course, not only in vocational training and at work, but in lots of other fields. So this is why I also chose this picture. There's not going to be a lot of pictures, unfortunately, in my presentation. So at least this is one of them. And I wrote an article, I wrote a paper for this handbook, and it's about the topic I'm going to talk about today. So definitions. What do we understand by multilingualism? And as you can see, I took this out of a publication from the year 2022, so that's a pretty young publication still. Multilingualism is the use of different languages or varieties by individuals. So, for example, I could be multilingual. And plurilingualism, we refer to it in the use of different languages or varieties within a particular community. This could be, example, a family. So me as an individual, I could be multilingual, and families, for example, plurilingual. And there's another term, language diversity. This refers to different languages or varieties in a particular region. For example, I don't know if you know the Italian region of South Tyrol. It's German and Italian speaking. And in addition, they speak a German dialect there, the Tyrolean dialect. And with varieties here, I refer to, for example, dialects. Then you might know the term multi-competence. And it concerns the total system for all languages, L1, L2, and their interrelationships. So this means that if a person is multilingual, the languages L1, L2, they are not separated from each other, but it's rather one repertoire that an individual has in several languages. So, and again, today I'm gonna focus on multilingualism in vocational training and at work. And social participation, what does that mean? This is a mode for social and political integration. And social participation takes place, for example, through involvement and participation in social services. What kind of social services it could be, I'm going to talk about this a little later. So another definition that we need here, what do I mean by vocational training? In Germany, vocational training includes the upper secondary level, for example, vocational schools, the tertiary level, for example, technical colleges, and the quaternary education sector, for example, further education. But we always tend to forget the so-called transition area. I'm going to talk about this in some seconds. There's another picture in my presentation. I just wanted you to show here, this is a vocational school in Germany, in the region where I'm living in North Rhine-Westphalia. And I don't know if you can read it, it's called Berufskolleg, so almost like college in English. And the interesting thing about Germany is that, you know, it has many federal states, and these schools are sometimes called differently in the various states here. So I'm also talking later about a research project that we have currently, and it's set in a Berufskolleg here in North Rhine-Westphalia. So transition area, in there are young people who have left general education schools either without a qualification or only with a secondary school certificate, and therefore have difficulties gaining a foothold in vocational training or on the labor market. And linguistic support measures in this transition area are predominantly German as a second language measures. So this means the linguistic support in such vocational schools is actually monolingual. Multilingual didactic concepts are missing there or are limited to initiatives by individual teachers. Why is that somehow a problem? Because, you know, there are so many, the German society is very diverse, of course, in the present. So if you go out on the streets, you hear people from all over the world, and they all bring their languages. And it's somehow, sad that, you know, on the streets, you hear all these languages, but when it comes to schools, when it comes to vocational training, work, all these languages don't have a value or are not really visible there. So what about migrant languages in vocational training? As I told you earlier, with migrant languages, I refer to languages like Arabic or Farsi, for example, Ukrainian or Russian, we have a lot, of course, here. So with regard to the consideration of migration-related multilingualism as a resource, it can be seen that skills in different languages are increasingly desired and in demand in professional contexts. So we all agree that being multilingual in professional contexts is important or is a great advantage. But the teaching of migrant languages is still neglected in vocational training, not only in Germany, but in all German-speaking countries. So yeah, as I told you, there are so many languages here in Germany, but they're still somehow missing or not taught or not or somehow neglected in vocational training. Let me talk about a disproportion shortly. An analysis of German training framework plans showed that the term foreign language is predominantly used in them. Foreign language is, for example, a language like English, French, Spanish, you know, the big languages that you would maybe also learn at school, and they are still important in vocational schools. So only the analysis of curricula shows that more attention is paid to foreign languages than to, for example, migrant languages or multilingualism. So the actual multilingualism in modern societies in the officially German-speaking countries, which is, of course, you know, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, is much more diverse than the languages as presented in current vocational training curricula. This is what I pointed out several times already. So this was now about migrant languages in vocational training. Let me now talk about migrant languages at work. So if one has already finished the vocational school and is already, you know, part of the working life. So although migrant languages prove to be advantages in companies, they generally appear without a legal and collective basis and remain largely without certification options or without official recognition as a professional qualification. So, of course, we could all agree that speaking several languages is important in the work life in companies, but migrant languages, they so you don't get paid extra, for example, to be or if you're competent in a language like Arabic, for example. And you cannot, for example, you're still not able to prove your language skills at work in a migrant language. You can do it in English, of course, or French, but not in migrant languages. Compared to foreign languages, the authors of a study here miss the corresponding remuneration for knowledge of migrant languages from the labor market. So again, there is no somehow added value, no extra money for these knowledges. Migrant languages and consequently migration-related multilingualism have no exchange value in the professional world, which means that they do not receive accreditation or recognition across individual situations. And this is an example that I've found in the literature. I've not read the original study. I've just found it in this article that I've cited before already. So it's kind of paradox that German as a foreign language skills among employees in the United States are more profitable than Spanish as a foreign language skills among employees in the USA. So what does that mean? The German-speaking countries are, of course, far away from the United States. And, Spanish-speaking countries are very close to the States, for example, Mexico. And still, German as a foreign language is paid more or is more profitable among employees than Spanish. And why is that? So, Part 4 is about aspects of social participation. As I told you before, of course, being able to communicate, interact, also, in more than one language is important in the workplace. But why can migrant languages or the use of migrant languages cause psychological or psychosocial stress and non-belonging in the workplace? Migrant languages or employers somehow suspect that migrant languages are used for slander. If, for example, an employer or other employees don't understand what certain employees talk about, they somehow suspect that they are talking badly about something. So migrant languages are sometimes misunderstood as secret languages. Psychosocial burdens associated with delicate tasks. For example, in the healthcare sector, it has happened in Germany that the transmission of poor diagnoses in the healthcare sector to patients with the same migrant language for which multilingual employees are often not trained. So, for example, if there is a patient who has been diagnosed with whatsoever disease, and the doctor can't talk to him or her in German, for example, and asks a nurse who is able, for example, to speak Turkish or Arabic to pass on this poor diagnosis to the patient, which is, of course, a burden to the nurse. Then interpreting is often demanded or required of multilingual employees. And this can prove to be very demanding in professional situations because the occurrence of specialist lexis is very likely. So what does that mean? If, for example, I'm Turkish and live in Germany and have grown up in Germany and speak Turkish only to my parents, for example, and then I work in the hospital and am asked to translate or pass on some diagnosis, and I just don't know the words in Turkish for this specialist vocabulary, because to my parents, I'm only talking maybe everyday language, but I'm missing somehow a specialized vocabulary. So consequences for career choice. Young people who, due to migration, are socialized in 2 or more languages are more likely to learn professions that are less language intensive and sometimes require less social interaction. And, for example, crafts or services. And unfortunately, these jobs are frequently less paid. So you maybe don't earn as much in a you don't earn as much as in a language intensive job, for example. Career and suitability advice is important for making the right career choice, of course, for young people, if they are unsure what they want to work in the future. So, but these advice, however, these counseling services reach young people whose L1 is a migrant language to a lesser extent. So if you, for example, look for a suitability advice in a language that is, I don't know, hardly ever used here, Germany, and you maybe cannot find a good advisor for your career. Trainees with a first language other than German are less likely to complete their training in the desired occupation, but more often in training occupations with a higher contract resolution rate. So this means that jobs, for example, in crafts or services, they are less secure. And by less secure, I mean, it could happen that your contract or that, there is a contract resolution more easily than in another field. And professional success is important, of course, and it is often the more economically successful people who are naturalized and are therefore better integrated into society. And one last point about aspects of social participation: dropping out of training, unemployment, poverty. So the rate of people starting training without German citizenship is significantly lower than that of young people with German citizenship. There's the high rate of refugee trainees dropping out of training. Contract termination rates for training relationships with refugees are between 35 and 50%, which is high, of course. Reasons for dropping out of school is maybe not a lack of intelligence, but maybe failed recognition or disregard, and also excessive demands in the reception of subject knowledge or the learning and examination material from the textbooks, which might be due to not sufficiently developed language and reading skills of bilingual and multilingual young people. So they are somehow maybe overwhelmed, with all the information in textbooks, and of course in the second language, German, that they just might drop out of school. Then I wanted to share with you some information about current research projects that we have at the University of Paderborn at the moment. STEPS. This is for the ones of you who speak German, sprachliche Teilhabe in der Pflegeausbildung stärken. I have also translated it into English, strengthening language participation in nursing training. So what we're doing in this project is, as you can read here, for nursing students, language participation plays a central role in nursing training in order to achieve nursing competence and successful completion. So in this project, the needs and language requirements of all people involved in nursing training are analyzed, and based on the results, didactic concepts are developed together with the experts from the nursing schools and the nursing practice learning locations. And our goal is to provide teachers and practical instructors with concepts that they can easily integrate into their everyday work. So this means if, there's a huge lack of nurses in Germany. And for example, there are lots of nurses from Mexico coming in here at the moment. And they're not only learning the language before they arrive, but also in the workplace. And this is what this project aims at, supporting language acquisition in the workplace, for example, here in a nursing school or in hospitals. And then this is a project that we only recently started. German is a second language at vocational colleges. And this was the photo I showed you earlier. Maybe you remember the Berufskolleg. Implementation, design, and quality orientation. So the aim of that project is to investigate German as a second language teaching in the so-called international support class at vocational colleges in North Rhine-Westphalia. Why do we do this? Because little is known about the quality of language teaching in vocational schools here in North Rhine-Westphalia. Our research questions are: how are these German as a second language lessons organized? How job related are they actually? Because, you know, it could be also just a German course for everyday life, but we're interested in how job related they really are, and to what extent are German as a second language lessons at vocational colleges multilingual oriented and diversity sensitive. So as I told you before, it is important to integrate all the languages that students bring to class also into the lessons. So, and that's also already the last part of my presentation. It's 2 more slides. Future perspectives in the topic that I was talking about today. It must not be the case that such a valuable qualification as multilingualism resulting from migrant languages leads to disadvantages such as lower earnings, lower success, excessive demands, overload, more difficult social participation, and lack of belonging in vocational and professional spheres. So multilingualism should be, of course, a qualification, or should be appreciated, and not lead to all these things that I mentioned here. And maybe also to mention, we are, of course, a lot of things are happening, of course, at the moment here in Germany. Things are certainly getting better, but I just, you know, wanted to point out what would still be desirable in the future. Curriculum creators who are competent for vocational training must strengthen curricula through multilingualism that is able to reflect the current real language diversity in the officially German-speaking countries. Language didactic concepts in vocational training must not stop at promoting German as a first or second language, but must use the trainees' entire language potential. Again, multilingualism should be more visible, present, and recognized as a potential in vocational training. And there have been initiatives, for example, the comprehensive language curriculum that combines language courses at school with different subjects. So somehow content and language integrated learning. In the future, multilingualism or migrant language skills must have an exchange value in the professional world. They must be recognized and compensated in the same way as foreign language skills. So being able to talk in Arabic, for example, should be recognized and compensated in the same way, for example, speaking English. Migrant language skills must be verifiable, which is why it is necessary to create appropriate certification options in vocational training. This is still missing for lots of languages, you know, to be able to demonstrate that I have a certain level, that I can also use the language in the workplace. Awards or special seals of quality for companies or training companies that recognize, promote, and reward multilingualism of the migrant languages of employees should be introduced. Career suitability and career counseling offers for young people should be offered in their first languages, and they must be shown that the multilingualism resulting from their migrant languages can be profitable in their careers and is not a hindrance to professional success. Okay, I hope that was not longer than half an hour. Thanks a lot for your attention. This is just the literature I used. So thank you again, and I'm going to stop the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Matthias. Everybody, just let me sum up in 1 minute. Yeah, so multilingualism can bring advantage to professional work life. But through Dr. Matthias' research, it is said that it can turn into disadvantage. Yeah, we learn that linguistic support measure in the vocational era or, you know, or multilingual didactic concept are missing. Yeah. And German is predominantly become a second language measure. So at the end of Dr. Matthias' presentations, he summed up that career suitability and career counseling offer for young people in the first language, and the situation can be avoided through professional training or vocational training in multilingualism, so social participation and what we call it as vocational training are really important. I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you again, Dr. Matthias, for sharing with us. They are very engageful and fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Yes, 2 questions. Yeah. Mungkin sudah pada lapar semua ini ya Bapak Ibu. 2 questions from Miss Sila. Do we have question from Zoom?
Okay, let me see, Ma'am Winda.
Yeah.
Is there any question from Zoom? Oh, no questions.
No question. What about Bapak Ibu di ruangan ini? Is there any question? One question dari anak-anak Jerman. Yes, we have at the very back row. Oh, Ma'am Citra. Yeah. Dr. Matthias, one question for you before we close the session.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I want to ask about the future trends and recommendations. So it's about trends in multilingual work environments. What are some emerging trends in supporting multilingualism within vocational training and workplaces? That's my question.
Yeah, thank you for this question. As I mentioned earlier, there are not that many initiatives, and this is why, I was talking about the research project that we do. Little is known about how German, for example, is taught or how language courses look like in vocational training. But of course, there are some didactic measures that aim to promote multilingualism. There is, for example, and I'm also involved in teacher training. So this is what I also teach to students here at the University of Paderborn. For example, allowing all first languages in a group work, in a group work phase. So when, for example, students must work on a certain topic and they do this in small groups, you should allow, for example, to talk to one another in their first language. So there could be, for example, a group of students in your classroom who speaks Turkish or Arabic or whatsoever. And then when you come back to a plenum phase, you could again switch to German. So this means allowing the first languages in group work, for example. Yeah, well, there are also ways to use first languages in transmitting grammar, for example. So there are, of course, some suggestions, but as I mentioned, there's not that much going on with multilingualism in vocational training, and this is why we try to promote it further and to develop concepts, for example, as I told you about these nursing schools. I hope I could answer the question.
Ma'am Chitra, is Dr. Matthias answering your question? Yes, okay. Yes, thank you again, Dr. Matthias. Everybody, before we close the session, please give a big applause to Dr. Matthias from Germany. Long way from German. From Berlin.
I wanted to say that I would have wanted to join you today. I actually wanted to come to Indonesia, but it's just, so far away and the semester is going on, so I just couldn't leave here. Even though I wish, because I think where you are, it's warmer at the moment. In Germany, it's a fall and it's very cold, and I would love to be with you, but unfortunately I could join you only online.
Perhaps
but I hope
next
you
year.
enjoyed it. Next year maybe.
Yeah,
Yes.
next year maybe. You are all
Thank you
invited
again.
here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I give the floor back to Ma'am Tila. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Winda, for moderating this session, and for Dr. Matthias Prigozovich, let us show the e-certificate for you. Okay, yeah, maybe it can be seen from Zoom.
Yes, that's perfect. Wow, I'm impressed.
Okay.
Will you send it to me by email or?
Yeah, okay. We will send it by email, by Ibu Surya. Okay. Okay, thank
Thanks
you,
a lot. Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Matias Prizokovits. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have already completed the plenary session. So now it is time for us to have a break, yeah, to have a lunch and also praying. And as it is already stated from on our schedule, yeah, after break we continue with the agenda of the parallel session. And we invite all of the presenters to come or to join the breakout room arranged by the committee. And let me try to tell you that the room 1 will be in front of the registration desk. And then if you got a room 2, it will be on the ballroom. And room 3, it is also on a ballroom. And room 4, it will be on the first floor. Well, the parallel session will be taken over by the moderators in every room. Okay, and we'll proceed again to the parallel session at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Enjoy your meal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu